Our forefathers fought for liberty,
Uh,
individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person, from any background, can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
with a fake currency system,
Kyle, I didn't
rendering
give you the symbol. Kyle, I didn't give you the symbol. We weren't unmuted. Go for it. We almost did it again, Kyle. Last week there were no technical problems.
Again.
Welcome to the show that ranks. Oh, for fuck's sake! Just play the goddamn song again. Welcome to the show where we rank our opinions with a fake currency system, rendering all of our thoughts and feelings equally worthless. The marketplace of ideas. I'm your host, Kyle Smith, and with me, as always, is a man who would put us all in the gulags if he had his way, James Vladimir Ilyich Vagabond.
Vladimir Ilyich. Oh, God bless you. Welcome, everyone, once again to the Marketplace of Ideas. I'm incredibly excited to be here again. We have a wonderful show lined up. So welcome, one and all, to the Marketplace of Ideas. I'm having another error.
A man as excited as he is communist. There we are.
Read the show proper. Oh, God. Alrighty. Welcome, one and all, to the Marketplace of Ideas, the show built by average, humble Americans for average, humble people. Later in the show, we will be taking calls, and if our illustrious guests like your call, they can award you up to 1,000 Griftcoin based on how much they enjoyed your call. What is Griftcoin,
the
you ask?
official fake currency of the Marketplace of Ideas.
It's an official fake currency, which is our proprietary, not-for-profit investment gamified currency, which we use to power our games and contests in this Discord. We here at the Marketplace of Ideas are trying to build a better world. Too often we see people talking past each other, attacking straw men of ideas that don't represent each other, and giving each other a complete lack of charity and not each other. And that brings us to our guests. You are two people who, at one time, identified clearly with progressives, Democrats, and even the far left. You supported the left values of compassion, social justice, and equality. So I guess my first question today is, was all of the fame, power, and incredible wealth you've gotten for selling out worth it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, how many millions of adoring fans have you gotten from your recent transparent grift to the right?
Yeah. No, it's incredible how much success you can have by talking out against the left exclusively, basically to a left-wing audience.
Yeah,
it's incredible how much
somehow.
positive feedback, that can render. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we are known for our rage watching. We get very triggered very easily, and for some reason, it just keeps us going. By the way, these are the two members of the Talkin Shit show. We've got Morally Loaded and Talibotz with us today here. So very stoked to have you with us.
Glad to meet you. Glad to have you on.
Our first two-for guest on the Marketplace of Ideas. So a landmark episode, if I do say so.
Incredible.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
So I've given the ridiculous version of the question, but there is a real question to be asked there. Like, what values on the left appealed to you to bring you over there in the first place, and perhaps how have your values changed? Do you feel more like your values have changed, or that the political landscape has changed around you? In short, do you feel more like you left the left, or did the left leave you, or have your values
Yeah.
evolved?
A great question. I'll take a stab at it first. The first thing I'll say, I know it was a joke already, but the whole like, you went from valuing compassion to what are you now? Kay and I play with that a little bit because I mean, obviously, neither of us believe that that's a value that we left behind in any
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And that largely, for me at least, it's the way that I believe the world works changed. So for a while, my political turn sort of happened in the summer of 2021, and so for a couple of years after that, I was still a registered Democrat. I was still on the left. I was probably backing away from the term progressive, but I was still like firmly on the left. Um, and so I was feeling like the left left me, but at a certain point I realized, and it was an uncomfortable conclusion to come to because when you're on, I felt like the right is icky and gross and mean, and I never wanted to be on the right. But at a certain point I realized I left the left. The way that I view the world is just different now. So I don't think that my values have changed so much, perhaps what I prioritize, but really just the way that I believe the world actually works seems incompatible with a
On
lot
more
of
of a
left-wing policy
on
prescriptions.
more of a functional level, like the mechanisms that guide the world, you think just if you want to come to the values that you still have, you think that the levers and the way we deal with government and power and with each other is more complex or different than you thought before.
Yeah, more or less. And a lot of it is sort of like human nature, just like the way that we view the human potential sort of and human nature and our ability to change these things. And then I guess too, it's a tired saying, but it's true. I came to the conclusion that there is no such thing as solutions, only trade-offs. And so I just started seeing things differently. When you can no longer cast aside imperfection as the enemy, and I felt like I was sort of forced to engage more with areas of gray. Yeah, and so basically, as my worldview became more complicated, it felt like a lie to say that I'm on the left. And to your question about grifting, I wish I could just say it. There are so many spaces where I go and I like to hang out. Where if I would just say yes, I regret my vote for Trump, or I would have voted for Kamala if I could do it again, my life would be easier in these spaces. But it's just not how I really feel.
And what about you, Kay? What was your transformation?
I think it's like a little bit of both, a little bit of me leaving the left and a little bit of the left kind of running away with itself. But yeah, like I was very far left for I think my entire adolescence and adult life, and essentially some of the kind of cliche, but the authoritarian aspects of the left when it became when it kind of ran away with itself.
Yeah.
Was really something that started to bother me. The lack of like unyielding to any other like theory of mind or any other like way to approach problems. And yeah, just kind of the flattening of all other people.
Yeah, I really understand that from the perspective of like even if we have disagreements, even if I were to disagree with your concepts on how we should do things, like I can at least say these are disagreements. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person, valueless, an idiot or whatever. Like I wonder how much of all of this could be avoided if we were just as a society better at seeing each other and better at having these conversations and being willing to hold a disagreement without assuming that it's some massive judgment on.
Yeah.
That's a tough
Yeah, and
thing
I
to
think
do.
it's that. Yeah, and I definitely think like seeing how the left when they got so much like cultural and societal power handled itself, it really reinforced to me that my like anarchistic view of people taking care of each other well was like totally full of shit because like people were not taking care of each other well at all. And these were the people who were claiming to want that or advocate for that or like trying to put that in practice, and it like ate itself from, the inside.
Yeah. So, um, the political discourse has been evolving so much over the last 20 years. It seems almost unrecognizable. And one thing that I'd really like us to work on today is understanding like where did that happen? Where did that breakdown occur? And what does it look like for us to try and get back on course of having better conversation and all of that? Any instincts on where things came off the rails? I don't think it's personally just as simple as, blaming Trump, right? There's a serious lack of addressing serious issues that our country faces, and it seems like probably long before Trump, these two worlds, these two different political ideologies were already having trouble seeing each other and having those conversations. Um, how much blame would you guys put on Trump for? I certainly think he worsened it, but I don't think he's necessarily the beginning of this fracture. I think we were ripe for this kind of fracture already. But do you guys have any instincts on where this began and what sort of problems opened those cracks in the first place?
You're muted.
I agree with you. I don't think Trump started this divide. I think he worsened it a lot. And I got
think he
a little bit of
exploited those
pushback.
cracks, but he didn't cause them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he exploited those cracks and just like, what I'm about to say might be contradictory to what I said 2 minutes ago about me not regretting my vote for Trump. But I was I called into Ryan Mullally's stream a couple of weeks ago after he had a somewhat contentious conversation with like a sort of never Trump libertarian conservative guy. And I basically said, like, I both don't regret my vote for Trump in 2024 and I wish Hillary won in 2016. Like, I think he's done just really tremendous damage. Both parties are reacting to him. And again, it even to like give him all the credit even might be wrong, but like just what has happened to our politics, it's really been shredded since Trump came into office. And again, while I feel more aligned on the right, I'm very concerned about what the future of the Republican Party looks like, what the future of the right looks like. But I do think, a lot of, and I was super, super anti-Trump when he was first running, in the 2016 election. But I do think that obviously the people like me who were so shocked when he won were really missing what, like you're saying, was already there. The ground was fertile for him to come in and for that turn to happen. So, I mean, I put a lot of blame on wokeness, and I know that's like an overused word, and another thing that people get really mad at me about because I'm honest about the fact that being anti-woke was a big driver in me moving away from the left. But yeah, I think what I'm about to say is sort of a side note, but there's a lot of infighting that I'm seeing right now on the left that I'm really happy to see. Even like a year ago, I wasn't very hopeful that that the liberals were gonna fight for, their control over the left wing, for liberalism. Exactly. And so I'm really glad to see that fight, because how I felt like a year ago, at least, was like that the right was a shit show and there's a major civil war, but I felt like they were already basically putting up a better fight. The sort of normie cons were already putting up a better fight than the libs had been doing. And so I'm pleased to see, at least in the streamer world, I think like a really fierce kind of fight going on. Less so in the mainstream and even alternative media, because I mean we'll get into the Hassan, everyone blowing Hassan, from Jon Favreau to not CNN so much, but so they keep a lot of these people now, the libs who are energized and are trying to fight for liberalism, which again I'm really happy to see. They're like calling out things that they see as illiberal. And maybe we're like using the term in different ways. And I even personally use the term less now because it feels less salient to like what my political concerns are. But when I was moving away from the left, what just became overwhelming, unbearably apparent to me was how illiberal it had become.
Yeah.
There was no room for for the marketplace of ideas. You couldn't bring any idea forward if it was going to potentially even upset someone. And so it became a really suffocating place to be, and not to oversimplify it, and also not to give excuses for the people who are actual bigoted assholes and stuff. But people want room to breathe and to say things and to mess up and to explore. And I feel like that was the left really clamped down on that to their detriment.
Yeah, a lot of that comes from social media. One of the things that I'm 37. And how relatively, if you say your age, like, are you 30s?
I'm in my early 30s.
Okay, so for my experience personally, I graduated high school right on the cusp of social media becoming a big thing, and that means that I was like on the last helicopter out of before things got to the point where you really couldn't afford to make mistakes as a teenager in the same way. And now there's kids who are getting on social media and saying some crazy unhinged shit, and because of the culture of everybody wanting to dogpile on that when that happens, they're establishing this permanent record that's going to follow them throughout their lives. And there's particularly unhinged people that will actually follow through and try to make those people's lives worse, forcing them to potentially double down on the bad ideas that they espoused when they were younger and locking them into that timeline. And that is something that I really wish we could get away from. The huge loss for our society.
Yeah, it just pushes people into the opposing camps that are unwilling to see each other have conversations. And and I think because of that, we are losing a lot of the like vital characteristics, the vital virtues that like make America great. Like, yeah, the freedom of expression, the freedom of conscience, the ability to just have your own beliefs. Like, there are these interesting places where like your belief leads to an action that actually affects other people's rights, and there might be some extreme areas where those cause rifts, but for the most part, like, what the example I would use is like, you, even if it's awful, you should be able to internally feel whatever you want and believe whatever you want, and it should be outside of our government's ability to try and affect that. It's
James going on Mr. Girl on us here.
Well, not quite that far.
No,
but
it's
like, yeah, you know what I'm trying to get at.
I'm willing to have the aphebophilia conversation. I'm not saying we should, but that's okay. I'm always willing to go down that rabbit hole.
I guess if we really have to,
we'll save that for the after show.
There we go. Beautiful.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, you should. It's tough to. I'll bite the bullet now that you've said that. Thank you for giving me space now to say you should be able to internally have feelings of racism without us like taking the reins and mentally enforcing an idea on you. But that gets more complicated.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, maybe you were about to say something amazing in the second half of your sentence. So finish your sentence.
No. You. It wasn't that good.
Okay. Because what you're just saying, obviously I agree, and especially when we're talking about like government intervention in any way. But something that I because you brought a feeling out in me. I had an experiential memory just now of when I first started questioning. My questioning of left-wing ideology was questioning via like heterodox liberals. Okay. I never I didn't just like suddenly start going into like alt-right spaces or anything like that. But I was listening to people who I already trusted, and they passed my purity test of being a good enough person, who were saying things that were a little, even edgy is the wrong word, because they weren't trying to be provocative, but were disallowed, we're unacceptable in like a mainline progressive space. And I did this in the closet for a long time, including like in the closet to my wife. Like I was literally like listening to debates and listening to like, the Locked and Reported podcast and things like this. And just, but truly, I was like afraid to tell anyone that I was even questioning these thoughts. And I realized too, especially upon reflection, like I can remember the first time when I was in graduate school. So, I mean, I had always been on the left, and then I got like really radical in graduate school, basically, which, it's pretty common actually, unfortunately. And we can put a pin in that. Yeah, it's a place to do it. But I remember like the first time of the internal process of having a thought and in my own mind stopping myself and saying like that's a bad
Yeah,
thought.
that's wrong think. You're not even allowed to
That-
consider that.
And it was on the self-censorship level. And
Yeah.
that's the scary thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
is that the government doesn't need to do it. People will do it to themselves if there's enough pressure coming from their social circle. And that is like something that I think that still gets brushed off too much by people on the left now. And again, like I have a lot of love for the left, you know, especially like good old-fashioned liberals. I really do have a lot of, that's everyone around me is on the left, you know, my family, everything.
Sure.
That's where I spent the majority of my life. But I still don't feel like there's been a true reckoning with just how censorious, frankly, the left has been and how that really impacts people on the individual level. You do start censoring yourself, your own thoughts, not just what you say. You censor what you think, what you allow yourself to think. It's just, it's scary.
I've really like, and I'm on the left, so like I have these feelings where I'm like, can I even have this conversation with this person? No, I guess you know, where does my advocacy go then if not to the right, if not towards liberalism or like centrist liberals? You know, I got pushed a little bit back towards liberalism by how ridiculous the far left has become. So you know, I could do my own the left towards liberalism, you know.
Right.
At this point, I consider myself like spiritually the end goal to me can resemble communism to some degree, but it's like that's a 5,000-year goal rather than a like I was never even like a 50-year person. I don't think we could get there in 50 years unless we were absolutely, you know, wise sages on a path of I don't know, like I think we need to do a better job of being willing to have these conversations without making enemies. And I'm happy to be with you here today trying to do just that work.
Yeah.
Something
I think the left really doesn't or didn't account for is when all of this censorship and self-censorship happens is that the data that you're getting from people and polling and surveying is not going to be accurate and reflective of the truth because people are scared to even answer, like, if they're censoring themselves, right? They're going to answer in ways that they wish they felt or think they should feel, as opposed to how they do feel. And maybe they're going to vote in alignment with that, but maybe something's going to happen and they're not. But like all of your mechanisms to appealing to people are going to be off, and this is going to create like a disconnect in your party and your messaging and how you're reaching people.
I think there's kind of because we've been so focused on a lot of these niche social issues, the conversation elsewhere about how do we have just like a basic prospering economy and society and those kind of questions, like, you know, nobody even understands tax brackets anymore, let alone has a nuanced opinion on like should it be 24% on corporate tax rate or 21%? Like we can't even approach those conversations anymore because everybody's become so polarized on these single issue like voter issues. Like, you know, for some people, we'll go straight to it. Some people it's Israel Palestine. Some people it's trans issues. Some people it's anti-woke.
You hit the top two. That's what I get constantly accused of. Is that I'm the actually to put it in the words of Destiny last week on a WIC panel, when someone mentioned my name, he said, "Tali, is that the Jew girl who hates trans people?" So the internet has pretty much decided that I voted for Trump because I'm an Israel first simp who hates trans people.
Yeah. You're a bigoted zog.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Change your Discord name, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I changed my Discord picture to me and Ryan Mullally just to piss off everyone in WIC's audience a couple weeks ago.
I wondered at that. That did. I was talking to Chapiro. I was like, that did trigger me a little bit. I've got PTSD from him owning me in my own marketplace of ideas.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's a lawyer, so don't beat yourself up too badly. That's his job.
Yeah.
He's
at
been
least-
talking about how lawyer brain has affected him permanently, and I was like, well, that sounds like a good thing. It's just logic and rationality. But as I've watched him more, I sometimes see, especially in debates where the goal is 100% just to, or close to 100% just to win, rather than be utterly nuanced and truthful in every way. And then I see that I feel like I've seen it affect him on other levels where it's like, well, maybe I could be giving more credit or more good faith here, but I'm kind of here to make my argument and push it. The debate space, the YouTube space, all these social media things, they kind of push you to stay a Puritan. There's such an extreme amount of audience capture that happens in the and that's not a completely corrupt thing. It's not just the money. Like you said, you were self-censoring just because you wanted to
Be a good
continue-
person.
Yeah, to be a good person.
Be a
not
good
even,
person.
Not even just submit to the will of the mob because it's
No.
easy, but like
No, it's the mob are good people. The people
Yeah,
who I'm
yeah,
afraid
they're-
of upsetting are good people, and I want to be a good person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
need to follow these morals. How do we break out of this, guys? How do we have these more nuanced conversations? How do we give each other more grace and more space to question? What's it going to take? Where are these things? Is there anybody that's doing it right besides us here at the Marketplace of Ideas who are doing it flawlessly? Probably.
Right.
You know what? Maybe the question doesn't need to be asked. Maybe we're just on such a good track. We'll probably have this all wrapped up
There we are.
in a couple
Sorted.
of months.
We're just saving
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah.
But until we get to that
But
point,
until we get to that
Yeah.
point, is anybody, who do you think's out there that's doing it right?
That's a good question.
That's a good freaking question. Every time I think somebody's
Yeah.
doing it right, they disappoint me, right?
Yeah.
In
I mean, so
Go ahead.
I'm excited about what you guys are trying to do here. Zero fucks said Kim Jong Un. That's someone who's doing it right.
Killing it.
Uh,
Literally killing
but
it.
yeah. Jesus. Yeah, I'm excited about what you guys are doing because I've heard you guys talk about and you talked about this with Ryan a bit too, like the difference between debate and discourse, and what you just said about sort of debate brain, and I'm really with you there. And I made a comment. It must have just been when Kay and I were streaming last week or something, but I feel like I'm a bad debater in some ways because I really do just want to like get to truth, and I'll concede on a bunch of things that'll like piss off my debate partner, right? Because I'm like kind of less concerned with winning. But then on the flip, if I'm in a conversation that I feel is supposed to be friendly and starts to turn into some type of struggle session or whatever, I might double down on something that I don't care that much about. So I think I kind
And
of
then
have
when you're
both
publicly on
beasts.
record doubling down, you're going to triple, quadruple down, and it's going to...
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good point. But yeah, I don't know who's really doing a great job of it. I don't know. Like frankly, the people who I think, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, but the people who come to mind of who like can really interact with both sides, basically, lean right. From the people like Brad Palumbo is one person who comes to mind, who I think is very fair and pretty based and will lend voice to both sides of the argument and bring on people from both sides of the argument. Bridget Fedesi, I don't know if that's too niche for you gentlemen to know who she is.
For me,
She's got a similar story to Kay and I in that she calls it like factory settings. She was like a factory settings liberal who has kind of like moved heterodox towards the right. And she, for the first time, voted Republican. She voted Trump in 2024. And she wrote a piece that I should reread it to see if I still endorse it as much because so much has changed since the election. But she wrote a piece before the election of why she was voting for Trump. It really resonated with me. I remember I sent it to my sister and stuff around that time. But she's not, neither Brad nor Bridget are like team Republican, partisan, anything. But they're certainly both right leaning in today's sort of landscape of where the line gets drawn between right and left. I don't know if that was really an answer, but those are just two people that sort of come to mind as people who are having these conversations. Coleman Hughes is another person who I think is just
Coleman.
an excellent standout in this regard.
Yeah.
He also leans right, frankly, but he's a liberal. He's certainly liberal, but he leans right in
Yeah.
today's divide of what
Part
is
of me
right
really
and
wanted
left.
to recoil when you gave the answer. Well, like they seem to kind of all be on the right, and like
Fifth
obviously
column guys too.
part of me hates that, but like I don't think you're entirely wrong. Like I think there's a lot of people that are significantly right who don't feel that way, and perhaps to some degree that's because the Overton window has shifted, but I think maybe there's something else that's happening there where maybe it's because they're people who have been on both sides that they're the ones that are capable to do it. Because the person that came to me afterwards is Tim Kyle. Give me his correct last name because we just call him Tim Bulwark.
Oh, Tim Miller.
Tim Miller
Miller.
of the Bulwark. You know,
Yeah, he's another good example.
yeah.
I love and hate Tim. I'm struggling with Tim right now on his
Sure,
Hassan arc, but frankly,
Oh, yeah.
I really like Tim, and I've watched less of the Bulwark stuff. I used to watch his podcast with Cam Kasky, and I would just leave like hate comments every time. But I really liked him. I think Cam Kasky is idiot. But whatever. That ended so that he could run for office, and then he dropped out of his run. So I wonder if they'll get the podcast back together. But no, Tim Miller is another great example of that. And you might be onto something. And that's certainly how Kay and I fancy ourselves, because we are people who are right of center, who basically hang out in left of center spaces, because we do contain both. And again, I'm sure I'm overgeneralizing, but one of the reasons why I think it might lend itself towards people who are more on the right, or maybe have experience being on the right or whatever, is this sort of baseline level of like offense and stuff. Like people who are they are more open to hearing things outside of, I know I'm overgeneralizing here, but it does that does seem to be the case. Like there are going to be things that like people on the right say that are going to offend the sensibilities of people on the left. And some people are totally open to that, and can really like, those people are probably called right wing by their left wing.
Yeah.
Well, and
that's
in
that case.
Probably where a lot of this starts, wouldn't you agree? I mean, not to look at it on such a surface level, but there is this precedent set where if on the left, there's a lot of purity testing that takes place where if you don't pass that test, you're basically a Republican. So you might as well get over on that side. And I mean, insofar as we trust people like, people who are well known from having jumped from the left to the right, like Dave Rubin, Candace Owens, often get accused of doing so in a grifty sort of manner. But that is probably where it starts for a lot of people. If they're setting up, they're being othered, and so it would only naturally, I think, set them up
to me that way.
Yeah. And so maybe you're like, well, maybe I am.
Well,
if
I'm no longer part of Group A, then I guess I'm part of Group B, and I feel more at home there because they don't scream at me.
And the Republicans and the right welcomes them. They just welcome them in with open arms and accept them, and come be part of the group, and they will really kind of bring those people into the fold, if you will.
Yes.
It's a bit like definitely in an online like ecosphere for sure. Insofar as the conversations, I think that there probably are people on the left, maybe not doing it consistently, but there are conversations that I've seen happen. But not as regularly as say like a Coleman
capable of it.
Yeah. There are people who can do it, but like you said, I was going to say Coleman, and I like the guys from the Fifth Column. Maybe
but
a bit right, but more like libertarian.
They're libertarians who they lean a progressive watching their show is going to think they're on the right, and they are, but they're all three of them are like anti-Trump. But they are like culturally more right wing, and that is kind of where the divide.
But they're all people who like 15 years ago would have been considered Democrats.
I think
most of all of these people.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that are in sort of that center block that consider themselves not left wing because the far left has discluded them. And so they, like, even though the center of the Overton window is here, people, people feel like they're getting sorted over into the right block because to these people, I'm trying to do this visually and it's not working. To the people on the far left, anyone like even center left counts as right wing, and because this block of people on the far left have so much probably undue power because they're more cohesive than this general center left center right, and
They're loud.
because they're loud and they get, I think the right wing does a better job of saying these are the enemy, and that's like the people in the center believe that because they are, whereas when a lot of people on the left try and vilify the right, a lot of times it just comes off as hyperbole and ridiculous.
Mm.
I I do think too much of the discussion is just ran by the wingnuts because they're hyperbolic, because they're salacious, because it gets more eyes on it to say that there's like a ring of pedophiles drinking the blood of whatever, and then on the right, and then people on the left are saying anybody who's in any way disagreeing with us is like a bigoted, xenophobic, racist, yada yada yada. Those are the things that get the eyes on them, and I think it's just drawing the lifeblood, the oxygen out of the conversation of like where we should actually be having these conversations. And I think the salaciousness of social media and the fact that independent, the internet has empowered a whole new class of people to speak on behalf of all of us. That's really just shaken up things to the point that the voices that get amplified are not the most rational voices. They're just the loudest voices that get the most eyes on them. And I don't know how we get past that. That when we asked the question earlier, what brought us down this path, that more than anything else seems to be the change that has opened us up to this, and a really complicated question of how do we get past that.
I think there's a growing fatigue though of
yes.
it. Not everywhere, but there are people who are seeming to grow tired of it. But definitely it is like the means of communication and information sharing. And I think like when we look back on this, like, or when we'll all be dead, but like when they look back on this, I don't think they're going to see like this, like these political crises that we're going through. We're going to like look back and see that we're going through like a technological information like revolution, and like everything, it was just a shitstorm while we kind of like figured that out. Of course all of this followed that but yeah, the perverse incentives right now to monetize and make a lot of money and be as hyperbolic and divisive as you can, they're extremely hard to combat.
Well, the good news is though that I mean, to the point you brought up earlier with the new infighting on the right and a certain amount on the left, it seems like at least in the online space, the more traditionally liberal center left, that crowd is starting to push back more, and we might have two sides of the political spectrum rife and open for potential heterodoxy, which would be exciting. I'm cautiously optimistic, seeing a fair amount of more outspoken diversity of opinions on the right and the left as of late. Do you all think that could come to fruition, or am I just being overly optimistic?
I hope so. I don't know. I go back and forth between like being totally doom pilled, like seeing the numbers, like you were just sort of saying, right? Like it's truly the craziest people, and some of the dumbest people, dumb being a word that might have many definitions here, but it's really the craziest people who have like the largest audiences, and so that's like very filling. But then I see polls saying that half the people out there don't know who any of these people are, or they don't really look up to them, or they watch them more casually. Or I think to myself, like, how many people I know who probably like hate to watch some of this stuff, so how much of it is like people who are endorsing the beliefs of whoever they're watching. I don't know. I'm really hopeful that we're gonna get there. That's what I'm looking for. I want the best of both parties, you know? Like I'm not rooting for a crazy person to be the head of the ticket of the Dems, you know, in 2028 so that the Republicans have an easy win. I really would like I would really like sane, normal, healthy parties. That does sound like a dream though. I don't know. I don't I try not to make predictions because I'm never right.
Well, then, can you just start predicting a bunch of terrible things so that they don't happen?
Yeah, there you go.
Use your powers for good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Country will collapse before the 2028 election.
Oof.
Here we go. We've been
Actually
guaranteed at least
plausible,
one more.
Actually
We've
plausible.
been guaranteed at
No.
least one more because I said it.
Oh no, this is gonna be the first prediction Tali gets absolutely correct.
No, but
Yeah,
see,
the
you see, for
irony.
that one, I think there's like no chance of that happening. Literally no chance of us like not having an election in 2028.
I'm worried about us having a real election here in 2026. Not because I see any signs of like plans for them to do this, but like the year and a half of this last administration has been so like unstrategically horrifying in so many ways that like it makes me question whether or not they intend the elections to go through if they had so little care for what people would think. Like it's there's so much bad messaging to me, and it might just be that's my perception because half the world's walking around whistling Dixie and going, well, this Iran war will wrap up pretty soon, I'm sure. Am I overblown? Am I saying the sky's falling when everything's fine? What do you think the odds are of them actually trying to get in the way of the democratic process? What do you guys think?
I think like really, really like statistically insignificant.
Yeah.
Like 2%, not even. Like
I hope I'm
2%, not
right,
even.
right? I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's where I would have put it before they're just declaring people enemies in the state after their federal police shot them dead on the street and before they did an investigation into it. Like, to me, that just seems like such a 1984 level of disinformation that like you can't be saying that while still assuming that you're going to get elected next time. I don't know. Is that just my lefty
Well, he's not
side?
running.
Sure.
Maybe I don't know.
Is like
And I also-
the
I
only
don't-
other answer can be such a vast amount of incompetence on messaging that or
I
they're
think
just-
that's
Yeah.
I think that's the simpler explanation. Actually,
Yeah.
I do. I think Trump has a personnel problem. And of his own making,
Yeah.
a problem that he wants sycophants, and he got sycophants, and a lot of them are actually dumb.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
stupid. They're
Yeah.
not bright.
That might
And
be the
so-
silver lining is incompetence.
Yeah, and so they say what they think is going to be, and like we I don't want to get into the ICE shooting so much, although we can. I
Sure.
don't care if we like. I fall largely on the side of that these like were ultimately justified shootings. Even if I don't, wish they weren't happening and all of these other things. And I think if either of them happened because Nick Shirley's video was the impetus for bringing ICE to Minnesota, then that, I mean, I take real issue with that because Nick Shirley's another example. He's an idiot. He's a very dumb person.
Deeply intelligent person with the best
Yeah,
best
and
things
so-
in mind for our country.
Yeah. But so like I think it's despicable. I think it's disgusting to talk about dead people like that right after before there's been an investigation. But to me that doesn't signal anything like, oh my God, they've gone so far they don't even care what the public thinks.
Yeah.
They must not even care about re-election, so they might want to compromise the process. I think it is just incompetence and callousness
Or-
to a certain extent.
to
and they were just trying to set the tone of it, like as disgusting as like the attempt was. They were just trying to like get the early messaging to be
Control
on
the narrative.
like this, and then here like everybody run and like this is how we're gonna address it, and
to
less
their-
people bit than they thought.
Yeah. To the credit of them actually considering these actions and how it'll affect voters, like probably all of these things do play to their core base of MAGA voters of like 60% of the Republican Party. And then the other 20-30% just isn't quite alienated enough, or certainly not alienated enough to vote left. So
Yeah, well, and people just, I think, also like see these things differently. Like where your political perspective is going to really change the like valence of these events for you. Like, so for someone like me, it's like I really wish there was. I wish there was no confrontation between the two of them. You know, I wish that it never came to that point. And I think it's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea to be out in the streets following around police cars and tracking their license plates and getting out and trying to interfere with them. I think that's a terrible idea that makes you unsafe if you are the one to do it. And I say this as someone who used to go to protests and taunt police personally. I think it's a very bad idea. So so it's like I don't think I actually you're right. There are people who just like in some really crude way just want to see people rounded up and locked up and whatever. But there are other people who are just like, this is horrible, and I wish that nice lady and that nice young gentleman never went over and started fucking with the police when they were in this, high chaotic whatever time and interaction with and then it's slippery on the ground and just everything, and you got a fucking car and the whole thing. Like, I wish none of that came to a head. And again, I wish that the government wasn't taking news from Nick Shirley. Like, and with the Nick Shirley thing really quickly, like I think he was probably, I have no data. Okay. I'll put my hands up and say that first. So I'm vibing this one out right here.
Sure.
But if I had to guess it, especially considering that there had been several investigations into this from like reputable mainstream news organizations way before Nick Shirley ever got there, I think his video is largely directionally true. If I had to guess. You don't have to agree with me. This is my personal opinion here. But that is not a reason, even if it was 100% true, even if every single thing that Nick Shirley said was true, none of that was evidence that any of these Somali fraudsters were illegal. So like what would sending ICE down there even accomplish? So if these two things are truly connected in that way, that to me is disgusting and embarrassing. More disgusting than the actual shootings. Not that I'm trying to say the life is not valuable, you know what I mean? But like the shooting in those heightened circumstances is more excusable and justifiable to me than sending ICE in to a city because there are legal immigrants who are committing high levels of tax fraud, basically.
Yeah, it just speaks more to the incompetence and the lack of being even on the same page within the administration. Shout out to Zero Fucks, who also points out that Noam was fired from the position, and to his point, that very well may be an indicator that they're just not they're not lining up with their messaging properly, and it was just kind of thrown out. I mean, she was also fired for wasting a whole bunch of money on some stupid ads and all that, but the whole thing, it culminates in this vision of an administration that is not locked in with one another in an effective way to even message properly on their bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I think that's true, and I think there is just a lot of chaos there, and that's the thing, for better or for worse, about Trump is he's really not ideologically driven from the best that I can understand. Not that he doesn't have beliefs, and not that some of his beliefs have not stayed consistent over time, but he's not like really working through a coherent political framework or something like that. And so yeah, the random I mean, even just starting out, right? Like, even if you just think of like who were like you had like Tulsi and RFK, neither of whom, I mean, I don't have a particular affinity for either of those people, but neither of whom are like traditional Republicans or conservatives or anything of anything like that. So yeah, I think it's better explained by like chaos and incompetence, and maybe incompetence is better, because I still think there are like several things that I would have directionally agreed with that this administration has attempted that have just not gone as they coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think there's so many of these issues where, like, yeah, I don't know if we had like a McCain in there, I don't think we'd have protests over a massive ICE roundup. Like, even then, I don't think that would be like the far left. You know, I wouldn't be for it, and most of the far left wouldn't be for it. But none of less of us would be protesting. It wouldn't be as desperate if we thought that those levers were at least being pulled by someone who was more stable, a more stable genius.
I want to respond to something that Chapingro put in chat. He says, keep in mind, this is what Destiny calls the top-down lockstep messaging. And I don't think that the messaging is top-down lockstep in the administration. I do think that there are a lot of right-wing, like partisan right-wing commentators who will just take whatever messages come from the administration and repeat them. I think that part of the reason a lot of them get into trouble in certain discussions is because those messages are not consistent, and so it makes it easier for the opposition to, or at the very least, it makes it hard to have a real conversation with people who are dealing with inconsistent messaging with the same conviction that you would get as if there were top-down lockstep messaging. Just to respond to what Chapingro said there, what do you all think? Am I off base on that?
No, I think you're right. Although there's like this weird thing happening because of this like civil war on the right. You have both the people. It's obviously true there are people who just whatever Trump says, right? Like that's what I'm going to go with. And we could attribute different things to those people, but yes, obviously like that exists in the mainstream and alternative media. There's also people who are on the right who whatever Trump says I go against, because that's like where I'm positioning, not me. That's where they're positioning themselves within the right. They're thinking of a post-Trump, Trump is dead, he's a neocon, Zog, Jew lover, Epstein lover, whatever. And so they're on to the next best thing. And so this is not what I'm saying is not I'm not giving a lot of praise to the right-wing media sphere right now, but even in the people who are not just doing reflexive, like pro-Trump or pro-administration messaging, to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're being like more honest or authentic in any way, right? Because we're seeing a lot of top-down messaging that is sort of anti-Trump from the right as well, that to me has similar epistemic issues, basically.
Yeah, where it's the next populist grift starting to emerge.
Yeah.
Oh, what a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, what a mess.
We've got Chance in the chat for P cubed. I wonder if we've had enough of our political vegetables for the evening, if we should move on.
Chance in the chat for P cubed. What words did you just say and what did they mean?
Well, we've got ourselves a couple of games that we had planned for the evening, and I don't want to jump the gun in getting to them, but Chapingro, for one, would apparently like us to launch into those. So if there's anything left to go over with this topic, let's not shut it down ahead of schedule. But what shall we move on to some games, or is there any last things to add on to this topic?
There's a million things that could be said.
Right.
I'll pick one.
Yeah, no,
I'm
open to. Yeah, I'm open to anything. I mean, I really do want to talk to you guys. Maybe this will just have to turn into another stream one day. But I do want to be able to, talk to you guys about it. I want to play the games too, because I've watched your show and the games are super fun. So I want to get there. But I am excited just to have these conversations substantively, even if we're not necessarily going over like specific policy prescriptions, because I live in the cultural a lot, but still there's a lot of substance there, and I think especially when we're talking about polarization, that exists, that's on the cultural level, and so I care a lot about that. And I said to Kay, like when Chapingro put us in touch, I'm literally like so thirsty for a conversation like this, really, like to be able to talk across the divide with people who are just open to that. And again, I cry so much about all the people on the internet, but someone who hasn't just already sort of written us off, basically, and doesn't think that we're horrible people because of one thing we've ever said or voted or did or whatever. So I'm nearly desperate for these conversations. So I hope we can continue to have substantive conversations, but also games sound great too.
Okay, well then let's go a little bit more substantive first.
Okay.
So what?
Sorry, Chapingro.
Yeah, sorry, bud. You'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, you can go play your Tony Hawk's Pro Skating on your own time, okay? This is serious business here at the Marketplace of Ideas.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
All right. Let's let's look at the big issues. No, this one's a little more bait. This one's way too bait. The conversation.
You can bait.
Okay. Well, I was gonna let's list out what are the big issues, and then let's say let's give our opinions on who's closer to where the Overton window ought to align. So what are the big issues? You got
Trans.
gender issues.
Yeah.
Well, that's multiple right there. Trans issues. Men
By
versus
gender,
women.
do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There we go. We can do the trans issues and the oh shit! I just about said the actual gender issue.
Oh boy. Outing himself as
How
a
we would
communist
mean it
turf here on
Wow,
episode
I
7
rubbed
Marketplace of
off on
Ideas.
you so quickly. I didn't even have to give any
Oh,
of my
no.
opinions, and already
We gotta
you've
start bringing
absorbed
more
them.
hippies on this show. I need to stop just bowing down to the conservative guests that we have on here. It's not okay.
Yeah.
I
Kay and I both, as
designed
you
this
can
show
tell
to be a
from-
honeypot to convert the world to communism, and it's falling apart.
And yet your hat turns more purple with every episode.
All right, so we got
And Kay and I are not traditional conservatives by any definition of the word.
What are you talking
but
about?
yeah.
We're the embodiment of the conservative right.
Mhm.
Look at us.
yes.
Yeah.
So, all right, we got trans issues, men versus women in society, Palestine, Israel. What else are the big issues?
I think you mean Israel, Palestine.
Uh-oh.
We gotta get the order right.
You know what?
We gotta-
I'm deleting Israel from that conversation. Now it's what should happen to historic
hilarious.
Palestine, okay?
Yeah.
Are we talking the salacious
What is
issues
historic
that people talk about, or are we talking about the actual
what are the
issues
real
on-
divides?
The issues that divide, that
That-
actually divide
create
people,
the
which are
single
also
issue
the
voters.
salacious.
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
also
A lot of
the
times they're the
salacious.
same.
Abortions?
Immigration. There's a huge one.
Yes, that's another big one.
What else do we got?
Gun control.
Yeah, I was gonna say economic issues.
But it
Economic.
Yeah.
seems like there's more crossover on the economic. I mean, more than there.
Crossover in
our-
the worst way. Yeah, there's
Well,
crossover
yeah.
by the brain dead people. That's the I kept trying to like draw this out when I was first in this sphere to try to explain to the people on the left why the people on the right that I'm concerned about are way past Trump. You know, like Trump, people calling Trump a fascist to me makes me giggle because they're actual fascists around Trump who like desperately
Right.
want him to be the fascist that he is not. But so there are these like, even to put it on one line doesn't quite fit, right? And everyone knows what we're talking about. You have the
horseshoe.
Anna Kasparian, the Breaking Point's Young Turks with the Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly now, who she's jumped the ship into this, into that side now pretty officially. And so, it's true. You have Theo Vaughn and the Pod Save America bros all talking about the affordability crisis, but in a really brain dead populist way that is just, it's MAGA. It's
populism.
It's MAGA in the sense, right. It's what's the freaking word? It's slogans.
Yeah. Digestible.
It's tax the rich and end the billionaire class. Yeah, and right. I don't know how productive it is, but it's true. There is more like emotional overlap between people on the left and right who feel that they share this struggle.
Yeah. Well,
but do you think? Oh, sorry.
No, by all means, you're the guest.
But do you think? Do you guys think it's the issues that it's causing, like the polarization, or do you think that there is polarization and people are just using the issues to like kind of lay out that polarization? Because I think it's probably more that there is more effective polarization, and that the issues, it doesn't really matter which ones they are just kind of like the tools or the vehicles in which that kind of like polarization gets played out.
So that people can use their team sports to just, just in-group, out-group things.
Also, just bots from other countries. I mean, that's a known thing, I believe, is that, the disparity is being driven, at least partially, by outside actors who benefit from America being more divided. So that is a thing. I mean, and it's also a confluence of of just being in an era where ideas are often expressed in 240 or less characters or whatever the limit is on Twitter. I'm not really sure where that's at, but that's a big part of it too. Is just maybe it's people's attention spans, or just maybe it's kind of hard if you have to think about too many words at once. It just kind of overloads people's brain. They're like, this hurts. I don't want to do this anymore. So all these things come together and just make the whole thing worse. Is my take on that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of what both of you said. And like that's probably both on the individual level and like at the group level. So like each individual is capable of both, like sincerely caring about one of these issues in particular, or some of these issues in particular, right, where it creates a divide, and also on other issues, kind of like picking the issue out of the grab bag that aligns with your side. I really do think like both of these things are happening. Just, I mean, we can use the trans issue if we want to like start with that one. That was the first one on the list, but I think that's an example. Like there are a lot of people, and I know this because I was like in this gender critical space for a while, that really is the splitting issue. And a lot of these people who have been in this sort of gender critical space for years still call themselves Democrats. You know, I had a whole ideological turn that took me past the gender stuff and like pushed me onto the right. But a lot of them, I mean, there are groups, Democrats in it's DIAG. I can't fucking remember what it stands for anyway, but in opposition to whatever this gender stuff. And you have like the TERF word gets overused, but there are a lot of straight up left-wing radical feminists who like this is a dividing line for them. And then there are people who are just playing team sports. So again, like I got really involved in the sort of gender space for several years, less so now, because I hyper focus on things and then lose some interest in them and whatever. And now I'm interested in the political divide in the American, partisan landscape. But I remember like someone asking me like how I feel about the sort of bedfellows in the gender space, because you end up kind of working towards the same goal with people who you might not agree with on other things. And I got comfortable with that to a large extent, and I still am comfortable with that. But it becomes especially when we're talking about online and on Twitter, there's the people who are concerned about gender because they're concerned about sort of like what is true and coercive language and trying to police how people think, and people who are concerned about safeguarding and irreversible damage that might happen to young people, just safeguarding around informed consent for adults, all of this. And then there are people who get online and just want to call people disgusting and want to make fun of their appearance and want to call them sexual predators. And for those people, I think they are more likely the latter, what Kay is talking about, that they are sort of just really on a team, and that's part of what their team cares about or whatever. That's a big issue. And so and maybe it's hard to disentangle who is like, I guess, if it's the chicken or the egg for any individual person. But I do think there are a lot of these issues that are actually super polarizing, that are actually splitting people apart, because I'm going to blame it on the left, because it's you're not allowed to, because the left stopped the conversation. So to Kay's point, the only place to talk about it was to move towards the right, towards the center, and towards the right. And to ding the Republicans, it is totally true that the right was just open. They were basically accepting literally anybody, especially leading up to the election in 2024. It was, they won't let you just be you. They won't let you just be a guy. They won't let you not care about politics. Hey, do you want to not care about all this stuff? Come to us. Do you have questions? Whatever. You don't have to agree with us on everything. The door was very much open. Now, the door is closing again because of the infighting on the right. People are purity testing again, right? And so forget the people who were latecomers, the sort of disaffected liberals. There's major fighting and purity testing going on between people who have been lifelong conservatives and Republicans. So I don't think the right is quite as open still today. Today meaning, April 13th, 2026. But I do think a large part of the reason that these issues have become so polarized is because you can't have the discussion on the left. It's not entertained.
Yeah.
Difficult thing.
Push back on that if you don't agree, because I really do think that I see that as like the barrier.
Yeah, my pushback is kind of, I feel like a lot of these issues are a little artificial, and what has happened, I feel, is that since the 70s, starting with like the Satanic Panic and all of that, the right has just been really good at finding these wedge issues and putting them in front of normie people in a way that makes them decide. Right? Like I don't think the average person, the average radical feminist becomes a TERF because like a non-passing trans woman brushes by them in the bathroom, right? Or even less, gets assaulted in the bathroom, right? This is not, that's barely
No,
a real
the
issue.
average the average normie radical feminist becomes a TERF because her lesbian friend's ex-girlfriend
Yeah.
transitioned and had her breast removed and then regretted it.
Oh.
And is now
Mhm.
that is what but I'm being serious too. And so I think I agree with you. There's a lot of stuff. I guess the trans thing, because it's an issue that I really care a lot about, and I'll be slandered for whatever I say about it. That's fine. I know what I believe, but I don't think the trans, like, did the Republicans run with it when they realized that this was such like a salient dividing issue? Yes. It is. I think it's I'm not calling you a liar, but I think it's just totally inaccurate to say that like the trans issue was forced into the consciousness of the average American because of right-wing slander. I mean, this was a move, and a well-intentioned, potentially neutral even to a certain extent move from a left-wing dominant culture. It was when you started having trans representation on the covers of magazines and in television shows. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. That is largely neutral. But it kept being pushed further and further, right? And it went from, accept everybody for whoever they want to be, and however they want to present, to accept children when they first tell you exactly who they are, right? And affirm children, right? Don't question it at all. And in fact, you shouldn't question anybody. And in fact, back to what we were saying earlier about even having a thought in your own mind. This is a Dev just had a Sleepy Dev, if you guys know him, short fat otaku. He just had a run in on Twitter that I had to give him an I told you so. I was telling him a couple months ago that unfortunately there are a lot of trans people and trans activists online who actually their line of interacting with you is not if you respect their pronouns and refer to them in the way they would like to, but if you believe they are the opposite sex, as in within your own mind. Dev was like, no, that's not true. People just want to be respected. And he put out a tweet defending trans people, basically saying like, shut the fuck up. Trans people don't give a shit whether you think they're a man, or, trans women don't give a shit if you think they're a man. They just want to be respected and left alone and whatever. And the response he got from a bunch of trans people online was, we absolutely do fucking care. We absolutely do. And even seeing us as trans women means you see us as other and whatever. And so that I went on a little tangent there just to say, I don't think that trans was brought into the consciousness of America through nefarious right-wing political machinations.
I think
but the right is very effective at like once an issue pops up, right? Like it is very effective at its messaging and kind of like all hands on deck type of thing to run with it.
That culture point.
But like for the trans issue, I think, I don't know if anyone else here has children, but like as a parent, how radicalizing it can be to begin to hear things that can happen at schools or like outside of your home without your knowledge, and that really, and I talk to, because I have children and I am a parent and I've spoken to parents, and that parents didn't feel like they can openly speak about it a lot to each other, but I think it really in the last election cannot be understated how impactful it may have been.
Yeah, there's also a whole world. I'm so sorry. I just want to make one more point. There's a whole world of, I use the word gender critical because that's like sort of the label that like most encompasses what I'm trying to get out here, even though it's not, I don't even, whatever, there's a lot of issues with that too, but there's an entire world of gender critical thought that people on the left have no idea about, that is entirely compassionate and reasonable and moderate and wants to protect the civil liberties of gender diverse adults and children, frankly. That the people, it's too easy to just say that this is a right-wing bugaboo. So where Kay first found me before I was in this like on this crazy political online YouTube sphere. She saw me on a podcast that we both used to watch. It no longer exists. It's a gender critical podcast hosted by these two therapists who could not be more like mommy, loving, warm people who don't slander trans people, and they are concerned about the state of the medicine, the state of the evidence, and the political interference that has sort of seeped into the clinical prescriptions for this very vulnerable population. So there's a world out there of people who are concerned about where trans politics and trans medicine is today, who are not hateful at all and aren't even meaningfully on the right. So that's something that I wish I could impart to people on the left. And again, it gets frustrating to me too, right? Because I'm just used to this. I always end up making this about myself, so I'm really sorry. It's a habit, I guess, whatever. But that's one of the reasons why it stings so much when people try to just reduce me down to some transphobe or I hate trans people, where it's like I've literally spent years I had a podcast about trans issues that I co-hosted with a trans friend, and we literally had trans and detrans people and not yet transitioned people on to our show every week, and there's no hatred involved at all, but you can't have these conversations on the left. You can't. No one entertains them. You guys are entertaining it. I'm very glad that you are right now, but you're even a little uncomfortable to entertain this.
Well,
it seems.
I think of trans people that I've known who have expressed ideas that do deviate from the from what the trans activists online will say, and there was a difference in the message. The difference is that you just didn't see those messages as much. The ones that ultimately get pushed to the top of the heap are the ones that are most controversial.
Those trans people get alienated by other trans people too. There's a lot of intra community fights about messaging. There's kind of like an ancient fight about messaging, the trans medicalists versus the too cutes. I don't know if like you're in the lore at all, right?
What's the too cutes?
So there's this ancient divide within the trans community of their framework essentially for what it means to be trans, which is gender dysphoria a medical condition for which someone, suffers, and the correct remedy is a specific treatment plan in collaboration with a doctor and a team and whatever, with the intent to pass as the opposite sex and live an assimilated life, essentially, for whatever that means, versus the people who the more queer theory side of it, which is essentially like, ironically, I've actually come closer to the too cute side, to the more queer theory side of it in terms of like what we can actually prescribe to society, because I think there's a lot of issues within the trans medicalists. I like where they're going with the framework, but the science actually kind of falls apart. So there's more truth in the idea that actually trans is self-expression, and anyone should be allowed to, it's your own body, you should be allowed to alter your body, you don't need to be aiming to pass as the opposite sex, and that like that it's essentially an internal feeling that doesn't need to be valid. You don't need to have any type of intervention. If you say so, that is sufficient. So those are like that's like the largest and oldest split within the trans movement, is a silly word. Community is also a silly word among trans people. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Kyle, do you still have that point that you've been holding on to?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, I think I more or less got it out right there, where it was just the differentiation between the trans people who are just expressing their ideas, and then the activists who Zero Fucks points out when he says trans activists, it need not even be trans people. It also includes allies. Totally. In fact, there's probably a lot of times where allies are speaking for trans people ineffectively, and by the same token, there are a lot of trans people who aren't activists, who they'll speak up for their rights insofar as they want to stand up for them, but they're not on Twitter or X or whatever constantly driving these narratives in the way that we're seeing them being driven.
Yeah,
like with the sports thing. I've known trans folks who have conceded that the sports conversation is something that should be approached with nuance and granularity, and it's something that we should should spend the time to sort out, certainly, but it's not going to be it's not going to be satisfying or fair if you just say that all trans female people get to play in women's and girls sports now. That there needs to be a little bit more granularity applied to that problem. But it's also maybe a problem we can just put on the back burner for now because there's more important shit to be sorted. And that seems to be one of those places where the right latched on to that part of the conversation, because that is one where most people who are moderate and aren't bothered by trans people existing are going to go, so wait a minute, we shouldn't be
Mike Tyson shouldn't be able to take some T blockers and just start punching ladies in the face in a ring, right?
Well, and do you guys remember when Francesca Fiorentina bit that bullet on Piers Morgan?
That was painful. That was painful.
Yeah, and no, you're right. And so I've shit a lot on the left. That is absolutely true. The right took that and ran with it. And I mean, obviously, right, one of the most effective ads in the 2024 campaign was the, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you. The right knew this was an issue so this is all true. I just think if we get down to who kind of pushed this into the consciousness, I think that is more, I think that was much more of just like a left-wing thing. Again, not malicious, not even neutral at points.
I think we were the ones bringing that conversation in there, but I think the people who politically exploited it in a way that affects like electoral outcomes and that sort of thing. Like the left wasn't as much, it doesn't seem using that to try and get votes as rather just this is an idea that is coming from the left, but not in a way that was trying to create
an idea that they needed to challenge. That they needed to.
Yeah.
But because it wasn't popular, right? So if the left probably could have used it to rally votes, maybe they would have. But I think the right saw something that was like ripe for exploitation, or like to be used as a, as something to rally behind. But in like, I suppose in electoral politics, like that's what's going to happen with issues. The left has its issues that it kind of runs with and tries to dunk on the right and so on and so forth. But like, how did the right, I think it's interesting to think of like how the right developed its like media and like news apparatus. And I think it was like Destiny was talking to Tim Miller the other day. Was it that he had him on? And Tim Miller was saying something to the effect of like, the right developed its like talk radio and like Fox News as like because the left had all of culture and all of the other news stations and everything else. So the right just had to build its own thing, and they got very good at their own messaging, and they built their own spaces because they were like not allowed, but like kind of like persona non grata in the other spaces. And in doing so, not integrating them at all, because the left had so much, I guess, more cultural or societal sway, if you will, that allowed the right to develop its own kind of like siloed off information sphere.
So that's another thing, and this is more of like people on the left, but like people on the left just like won't acknowledge that the left won culturally, majorly
since the 60s, right?
Yeah, which is something that I really appreciate about Hutch. I always, Hutch is my favorite liberal, even though he's progressive for me. But he's who I would love to. Person is like the type of people that I want to see, in control of the Democratic Party. But Hutch says that all the time, and I appreciate that, because again, there's like he says we the country has moved left significantly, majorly. Like, we've been winning, guys. And the people, and I remember from when I was on the far left, how much it does not feel like that. How much it feels like we're still
the little underdogs fighting against the giant machine of conservative Christian. What's that guy? How does he say it?
And the liberals are basically just doing the dirty work for them, right? When I was on the far left, liberal was a slur. Yeah.
Oh gosh, what does he call it?
I Find your reference.
Can James remember the word?
Now I'm trying to Google it by Googling his name, which I also don't remember. He's the black Harvard guy who looks like he should be a funk musician, but he's actually an intellectual.
Cornell West?
Cornell West, yes. I was like, Cornwallis? The fucking
Okay.
British general.
Was it Corn Pop?
What does Cornell West say? Something like yada yada. God, I love AI. I can finally Google the way my brain thinks. Something like yada yada. We live in a Christian supremacist, white nationalist.
Oh god.
Oh, that makes me want to
the
kill
whole
myself.
list. It's the whole list.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna love this.
It's like
Do you
fucking
do you guys know? Do you know
painful.
Razib Khan?
No.
Mm.
Oh, okay, I love Razib. Razib is a geneticist? Question mark. Some science thing that's way smarter than me. He, as you could probably tell by his name, Razib Khan. He's a brown guy.
Couldn't have
He's
guessed it.
And he's
Bangladeshi,
like-
a Bangladeshi American.
He is.
As a
he is, in
lefty,
fact.
I don't see culture. I mean,
There
or
we go.
Yes,
race.
of course.
Sorry.
Yes, neither. Yes. That's actually not very lefty of you at all.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you know that the left hates Coleman Hughes because he wrote a book about in favor of
Colorblind.
colorblindness, basically? Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, no,
The
you're not
color
allowed
of
to
your
be
skin is the
colorblind.
most important thing about you.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm so sorry that my detour was to say Razib Khan says that we are a Protestant nation. And he makes he's like half memeing when he says it, but he's making a serious point that we are like a Protestant. He makes a joke like even the Jews here are Protestants in America. Like there's this sort of like that is the American Protestantism basically is like what we should seek assimilation towards basically, and it is and he sees it in a positive as like a sort of moderating, not moderating, because I don't think he's saying it prescriptively. He's more saying it descriptively. But he's a really good follow if you're interested. He's on the right certainly, but he's I've talked about before, and this also is not very popular among people on the right who listen to me, but I think the right has a serious retardation problem. It's very hard for me to be to find the right appealing without like smart people there saying smart things. And that's where I felt, and maybe I was wrong, maybe I was naive, but leading up to 2024, it felt like the autists were heading right. And I was like, okay, I follow the autists basically. And Razib Khan is like, he's one of those people. Like, he's just like, I'm like, okay, he's just like someone that I know is very smart and thoughtful, and he's not a bigot against brown Muslims, considering he is one, right? And so like he there's a few of those checks I know I don't need to, go past, but yeah, anyway, that was all just to say that he says that America is a Protestant nation and that all the immigrant groups in this country basically assimilate towards that.
Yeah. Well, and to be clear, just reading about him here, he apparently is himself an atheist, despite his belief that Protestantism would maybe, you were searching for the word, I thought of stabilize society in the country. Maybe it would bring stability, whether or not.
I think even there, he's not being prescriptive. He really is saying it more descriptively. But yeah, he would say he probably has tweeted something like this, like even the atheists are Protestant here, because that's sort of that's sort of what he's trying to get at. That's Americanism, basically.
They founded the country to some degree and therefore set the tone for what we would do moving forward. So there's got to be some truth to that. Not to say that I necessarily agree with his idea that we should push for that, but yeah, there's probably.
I don't know that he. Yeah, again, I don't know that he's saying we should push. For
okay,
it. I
fair
really
enough.
think
Fair
he's
enough.
making a descriptive claim.
More of just an assessment of where we're at and where we've been.
Right.
So that
just like
accurate.
when Jordan Peterson says that our American values at the core are Christian, Judaic, or how does he say it? Judeo-Christian, the Judeo-Christian substrate of American morals. Like that sounds like gobbledygook unless you're actually a little bit conversant in what he means by that, which is just like we look out for the little guy. We try and provide for everyone. We give compassion and forgiveness and yada yada. Like when you look at like heroes in our works of fiction and whatnot, like it's we root for the little man, and we care about the downtrodden, and you know, back in 2016 when Jordan Peterson was first coming out, I was a huge fan.
I was just about to ask you your
Yeah.
thoughts on Jordan Peterson because he's a good what's the word? He was a good bellwether of where things were going and stuff. I mean,
yeah, that's
and
why
maybe
I was
also
really
someone
that's why I was really
someone who
into
was
him at the time
radicalized
because
himself,
I could like there's a lot of shared ground where we should be able to say like, yeah, he's right that people should be able to have their own personal feelings on whether or not, you know, somebody's gender ideology is correct. But as long as we just treat each other with respect in society, then those are the only rules we need in society. Just, you know, as long as people have the ability to live their best lives, it doesn't matter, you know. But once it started encroaching on the territory of like compelled speech and compelled belief, that's when he got pushed out of that scene. And so when I heard that, I was like, yes, absolutely, I'm with you. And then it seemed more and more like he just kind of became a Red Scare nut job. Like he's just been reading like anti-communist works from the 1970s, and I don't know if he ever got much far past that. Like I don't even know if he knows what postmodern neo-Marxist means at this point, because I've seen him
Everything comes
abuse
back
those
to the
terms.
Gulag Archipelago with
Yeah,
him.
for him, everything
You know,
comes
like,
back to the Gulag
everything comes back.
Archipelago. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
If he can't say Solzhenitsyn in a speech, it's not worth giving.
I might assert that his mind is a miasma of chaos, and he needs to clean his bloody room.
Fun guy. My first date with my current girlfriend like 8 years ago was to a Jordan Peterson talk here in Portland, and
that's awesome.
And, like, I thought I had made it clear where my values were at that point, but when we showed up at the thing and he started talking, like, she was looking at me going like, am I dating one of those incels?
Yeah.
And, you know, I guess I should have made it more clear that when I was calling her milady, it was ironic, but...
Wait, are you fucking...
I'm not fucking with you at all. This is all real. Okay. This is all real. I was a very... semi, you know, post-ironic. I've gone all the way around the circle. Like, women deserve respect. It's fun to meme about, but it's still, you know... Now, I'm also memeing, but I'm not memeing, but yeah. I went the full circle on calling my gal
not
milady.
to state the obvious, but I think like Jordan Peterson like obviously believes that women deserve respect. He seems to like personally have a lot of respect and admiration for his wife and the way that he speaks about his wife and his daughter and stuff like that. Not that I don't think you were making any assertion to the contrary.
No.
And, you know, I feel bad even talking about Jordan Peterson because he's like maybe dead.
Oh, yeah.
He can't defend himself right now.
No,
so.
no, I would agree with you. And to your point, he actually pointed out when a lot of incels would complain about women not wanting to date them. And to his credit, he said, well, maybe that's for a good reason. Maybe it's time you work on yourself. And that's I will
clean your room guy stuck
to
his guns on that one. Good job.
Yeah, no,
good job.
That's not the message that disenfranchised young men want to hear, and it's the one they need to hear. So yeah.
And Jordan Peterson, so he fell out of favor with the left, right, for saying lots of no things, and it starts with like the pronoun stuff, right? But he then fell out of favor with the right for saying that there's a problem with extremists and Nazis and Christian nationalists and stuff like that on the right. And so he's a total meme on the right now, which is part of the reason that I have a lot of respect.
Have they abandoned
Are you joking?
him for real?
Yeah.
Like literally almost entirely. Yes.
Since when? When did this break occur?
Was this before or after he started talking about lobsters a bunch?
Post lobster.
No,
I think this brain broke on Israel a lot also though.
Is this just over like the last year or so, or
couple years, like since the war?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Interesting. Gosh.
His brain is like broken right now too. Like who knows where he is right now?
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe this is a divide I missed, but I feel like if you talk to conservatives, they'd still be like, maybe this is in the more engaged communities that are more closely parsing everything they say. My instinct would be that the general right is still a huge fan, right? What, or do you think they've given him up?
No, they have. I'll
have to revisit this one.
They've given him up along the along the lines of where the factions are falling. So the people who have given up on Jordan Peterson think Ben Shapiro is a shill and a sellout. Now Ben Shapiro still has a very significant what's the word here? Constituency, for lack of better terms. You know, he obviously has people. He's still well regarded by some significant portion of the Republican base, right wing people, whatever. But no, the lines are there really are like pretty significant actions. And those lines run pretty clean with around Daily Wire. People make exceptions. There are a lot of people on the more I even hate these words because sometimes they're oversimplistic, but like on the more white nationalist side of the right wing, that they're still holding out hope for Matt Walsh, but they've basically given up on everyone else at the Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire is a total punchline for a lot of people on the right.
Oh. Apparently, they have a movie that they've been working on, and I guess it all fell apart when there was no oversight for proper stunt coordination or blocking or something. There was like an accident. Who's that guy, the actor who got kicked out of the Marvel movies because he was like mean to his girlfriend? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't follow culture enough.
Okay, well anyway, actor got shunned because he was kind of a dick to his girlfriend and kind of a weird dude. Got kicked out of his Disney movies that he was doing really well with, and I guess moved to the Daily Wire to make a movie there because that's what you do. And and apparently their commitment to a lack of regulation extends to the way they make their movies. Somebody got hurt, and everyone walked away because they're like, I don't want to. This job isn't worth getting injured for life. So anyway, sorry for.
I didn't actually hear about that, but I believe that.
I
knew about this movie. I knew they were making this movie and with that guy, but
Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors is the name of the actor. There we go. No, it wasn't Gina Carano Chapingro. That movie, as far as I understand it, despite not doing very well at the box office, I think they made $10,000, all things considered. They at the very least had no injuries on set that I'm aware
of. To get us a little bit recentered, Tali, what do you think that divide that we were just talking about, the Daily Wire divide, the Jordan Peterson is not a real conservative or whatever you want to call this divide that's beginning to form, what percentage of the total right or Republican Party or conservatives in general do you think is it 70% Daily Wire, 30% Candace Owens, etc.? What do you think that looks like on the right? And is that comparable to like the left divide of the far left versus the hutch left? What do those sizes look like?
That's a good question.
How many Americans on each side do we need to consider politically irrelevant and damaging to the nation?
Well, a decent amount, but I feel like there are more factions on the right than on the left. I mean, not that, again, like obviously the smaller you break down, you can find a lot of like smaller differences, and the left like loves to divide over tiny differences. But on the right, I don't know. I really, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier of how it's hard to gauge these things, like what is real versus what is online, and who's hate watching and who's, it seems from polling that the normies among us on the left and the right still make up the majority.
Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that that's the case, but it's the extremists who are on the ascendance on both sides. So I don't really know. Like, I wouldn't say there's a 30% Candace Owen faction, because I think things break down again more when you get into the there's like the anti-normie cons, right?
Yeah. There's the anti-establishment and the pro-populist sort of group, and then there's the let's get back to grilling group on both sides. And
I think the right. Sorry, I think I'm not sure, but I think I get the feeling that like the more fringe on the right are still more electorally or politically involved and willing to vote than perhaps some of the people on the far left, right? Because the disposition and the framework and the lens is different. They're still a little bit more politically engaged or electorally engaged.
Yeah, I think that's a good insight because when you look at the actual representatives that are getting into office, the there's there's a lot. It feels like there's a lot more of the far leftists out in the world, but they're not voting and they're not coalescing into actual political power. Where it seems like maybe there's less crazy far rightists. Like you're not going to have as many Nick Fuentes fans as Hassan fans or that kind of people, but they coalesced more into a party figure in Donald Trump and those types of people. Um, do you think my instinct is wrong there, or maybe neither side really has much in the way of real political power, and I'm because Donald Trump is a populist, maybe that's skewing the way my mind is seeing things. But I think my instinct is that there are more far leftists than there are far right wingers, but the far right is closer to the center of power in the way it's being represented in the actual government. I don't know.
I think it would depend on like how we define far left.
Yeah.
Like if we're talking like radically far left, maybe not. But I think it would depend on like the definition of far left.
Then that group gets bigger, and if you call all like pro equality to the point of like pro critical theory to some degree or whatever, that
like
school of thought is probably bigger. Yeah, progressives.
Yeah, then yes. But if we go to like the radically left, like where probably like I would have like put myself some years ago, I think that's probably a very small group of people who's like not electorally engaged or politically engaged in that way at all, because like then you're complicit in the systems that are dehumanizing and on and on and on. Whereas I'm not sure on the right. It seemed to me like there are more people on the far right, but that's just like, I think that's just like the lens that I had seen it through before. I'm unsure.
Yeah, maybe it's all in how we define these terms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zero Fucks brings up a really good point that it's also more acceptable to be far left than to be far right. And I would agree with that, because this will be fun. We'll rehash an old conversation we had a little bit ago. A surface level interpretation of the far left and the far right, the far left just seems way nicer. It's like, what do we really want? We want free healthcare for everybody. We want food to be super cheap. We want everybody to have a house, and we want, everybody to have similar amounts of money so nobody gets screwed over. And that just sounds much more pleasant. Whereas the surface interpretation of the hard right is like, we want to put certain people in like if we're taking communism and Nazism, both very dangerous ideologies. But if I have a kid who's wearing a Che Guevara shirt, I'm expecting him to just be pulled into the surface interpretation of communism that is very enticing to a young person who's very fair-minded, versus the surface interpretation of Nazism is like, right at the top, they're like, we don't like the Jews. We don't want the Jews to be a part of this. Whereas like, that's very obviously damning. So I think, I agree with Zero Fucks on that one.
Yeah. I guess if you're using Nazism as like, in terms of like, they killed the Jews and not like the National Socialist Party, because that is technically more left than, they had some left policies.
There's some crossover there for sure.
Authoritarian,
in terms of the state taking over the machinations of production or whatever, I think the argument could be made that is more left wing. But again, just talking surface level, which is how most people deal with these ideas, that's what we get. We get hard right as like Nazism, which is obviously bad, and then hard left, which seems nice at first until you peel back the layers of history and you see the insidious nature of dangerous practices that most people don't really think about. And not to mention, it complicates things when so many people in our society in America will call themselves socialists. And what they really mean is they're a fan of the Nordic model. They like democracy and capitalism with more social programs, which is a far cry from actual communism like what James practices.
Yeah. So I guess I would just say that like my understanding of far left probably potentially before would have encapsulated maybe that, but now it would be like the America bad, white people are bad, and essentially there's no way out. There's no redemption arc.
Power
It is
bad.
all asymmetrical power imbalances, oppressor dynamics. And if I look at it through that lens, then I would say like that the left and the right on on each end are probably equally awful.
Well, at least we can all agree there. Beautiful.
I think also like just to add a little bit of nuance to what you just said, Kyle, about the left, people who call themselves socialists, they mean something like a Nordic model, right? With like strong social safety nets, but a capitalist model. That's not how they message. They message explicitly anti-capitalist, though. And so I think that comes from a misunderstanding of what these countries are actually like. But they, in their minds, they're not supporting a capitalist country that also has strong safety nets. They are fundamental. Like, and again, and I think a lot of it is just talk. I was thinking while I was in the bathroom while you guys are in my ear, that it's hard to it's hard to determine some of these numbers, and also like which is worse or like going to be a long-term issue, I think, based on like the meme factor and like the edgelord factor. So it's hard to know, like, I want to believe, I'd like to believe that it's going to be easier for some people to step out of the extremism on the right, because now harder also because once you put your name behind some truly heinous shit, that stuff follows you. And then, like we said before, people double and triple down. My wife is trolling me right now. Fuck you, Kelly. But also, like, I think there are enough people who are kind of in it for the memes. Like, they're kind of generally disaffected and they want to be edgy. And so there's that. Whereas people on the left, I think, are also kind of communicating in meme form of sort of anti-capitalist, anti-American memes, but it is also still ideological, even if they don't understand it. And I know that sounds like a little condescending. I don't perfectly understand all political ideologies at all.
I do agree with you, actually. I think that one of the very, very far left is intentional as far as co-opting with the people who would like more social programs and introducing styles of messaging that are very much like actual communism. And so it's an insidious process where people will adopt messaging that they maybe don't fully understand or agree with insofar as it's understood to mean if you took it from its original source. But that's a way that the very, very far left has clung on to the maybe less far left, the sane progressives, we can call them perhaps, and co-opted that message for their own purposes. That's my interpretation of why that happens for the most part. Maybe I'm wrong.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've sorted it then. We've figured out trans people, and not even a trans person amongst us. We've sorted that. We figured out why
my wife was trans for like a hot minute. If that counts.
Really,
I can bring her back. She can be our token on the show.
You know, I mean, if that's the best we've got, we'll take it. We need the cred.
I can transition on the fly. Okay, I bet I look good in the dress.
Well, speaking of transitioning on the fly, perhaps now is a good time to answer the calls for games from Chapingro.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to something a bit lighter?
That sounds lovely.
Yes.
Very good. We should say some streamerly things since it's been a minute since we've done so. So
I'll be right back.
You are very well. I guess I will hold the fort. You are watching Morally Loaded and Talibotz on the Marketplace of Ideas. Please, if you haven't done so, visit our respective YouTube channels. Give us likes, subscribes, all the things. We've got a Discord server that you can jump into if you want to come hang out with the call. Just go to the waiting room. Do you have a link to our Discord server that I could give you, or that I should give you, rather? I didn't say that right at all. Would you like me to give you a Discord server link?
Throw it in. Do it. Can't hurt.
Very well. I will construct one, and I'll make sure that it doesn't expire, because we would hate for that to happen. And we'll make it available for people to jump in. Of course, we will have games going.
We're going to be playing some games, but if you have anything to add to the conversation we've just had, please join the Discord and jump into the way. No. It's never too late. That's one of the functions that the games hold, which is while we play the games, y'all can come in to the waiting room and wait for us to wait to come in and yell at us and tell us how stupid and wrong we all are. So,
So
no
that
agreeing
link-
with us, okay? Just mean
No,
things.
we need the contentious nature of a salacious conversation.
We've
so we
been
can
far
get
too
more
agreeable here today. Okay.
Yeah, I've sent you a link in
This
our
was way
private
friendlier than I
discussion.
thought it was going to be. Okay.
Too much so.
Is it?
Hopefully we'll
Wait,
get
can
more.
we have a?
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to have a meta conversation about the conversation, but I keep interrupting. So,
No,
Kyle,
no,
take
I
us
love
back.
meta conversations. Let's
Well,
do
the
it.
final thing I'll say is
Yeah.
that I did just send Tally and Morley Loaded a link to our Discord server that does not have an expiration. So if you want to throw that into your chat, anybody who wants to jump in from there may do so. Anyway, take it away, please.
Well, I'm curious, James. What did you? I want to know how you thought it was gonna go.
You know what?
James, we can't see you still.
I know,
right?
I know.
You
I'm
know that? Okay.
I'm
I'm just
feeding my
checking.
nicotine addiction.
Sorry.
I'm feeding my nicotine addiction, and I
Boo.
try
Oh,
and
just
hide
do
that.
it out in public.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I don't want to, get all the kids that are watching our show right now addicted to nicotine. So
All
I try
those
not to.
Cigarettes are
children, all
delicious.
because of you, start smoking cigs.
It'd be funny.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
How did I think it was gonna go? I think it's less. I am a recovering debate bro. Okay, I'm a recovering
Okay.
debate bro. When I first imagined myself entering into this scene 10 years ago, I would have been a Vosh type figure, just here to
Oh.
just shit on the discourse and
Yes.
make fun of it, just make everyone that disagrees with me look weak and own them and clip them and
then
make
fortress
millions
up and
of
actively
dollars
share
and then
your,
give up
your-
socialism entirely.
Yep, and then accidentally share your goon folder on stream.
Yeah,
That would be your career arc.
that's still a worry. It won't. If mine goes live, it'll just
Please.
be embarrassing. It won't be career ending. It would just be the normal kind of embarrassment. You know what? I had a lot of these feelings when I had the conversation with Ryan, and I think I had some of my thoughts on it aloud at the beginning of the conversation, where it was like, when I was imagining how the conversation with Ryan would go, it's just I was imagining all of the walls that would happen if I tried to hold him accountable for conservatives, Republicans, and my feelings on, Trump and the way the world is going. I wasn't actually that worried about this one, but it's still there.
Did you hold anything back? Are there
I
things that?
for the good of humanity, I am always holding back.
Fair.
Fair.
There's we've decided that the one, well, we're still deciding this. People are still telling me it's a bad idea, and by that I mean Chipingro. I've decided that my sweetest moral treat that I get to indulge myself in is shitting on P.F. Jung.
There it is. Here we go.
Like,
You found
We
the
are
right
going
people.
oh
Yeah,
my god, no
we-
way.
Chipingro
Are
is about to lose his mind because this is now going to become 4 people just becoming endlessly triggered about the
Yeah.
ridiculous things that P.F. Jung has taken to
Did you
saying
catch the
recently.
Pisco conversation?
I am not
Is that
mad at Paul.
Yeah.
I am sad at Paul. I just
Yeah.
need to say that. I am disappointed.
I go through all
We're
different
both-
stages.
we're both-
I'm a huge
Yeah, we're
fan of
both
his.
former-
I
yeah.
before I shit
I
on
can't
him
call
for
myself
literally
a
5
fan
hours
anymore,
one
but
time
yeah.
on stream here, I talked like I kind of like to, before I go into the criticisms, before we go into things that are contentious, I want people to know that I do have respect for them. Like, when I kind of overglaze people at the start of a lot of these conversations. I didn't do it with you guys. I went straight into it because I don't know you guys as much, so I didn't want to come off as fake in telling you these things. But like, part
Whatever
of the reason
you
I
said
want
glowingly would have been true. We are
Sure.
incredible.
Sure, I
Yeah.
could have, now
Yeah.
that I know you better, I see that, and
Yeah.
I should have gone with it, but
Yeah.
So humble.
yeah, I think we can get more into that next time. What are my real criticisms? But I think we had a healthier and better conversation here, because I do think that you guys are people like you that get disaffected are the most important people to talk to, because you represent dissatisfaction with the way things are, and those are the people you should listen to most.
You know what? That's really karmically dissatisfying, I gotta say, because Chapingro in chat has just admitted that really it's his fault that you had such a pessimistic outlook for this conversation. It was also Chapingro that took the most issue for the fact that we spent 5 hours shitting on 1 hour of P.F. Young's conversation.
We watched maybe 20 minutes of it, and we bitched for 5 hours.
And the actual justice that would occur is that Chapingro, for planting that seed of negativity in your head, should now have to endure the 4 of us talking shit about P.F. Young nonstop. I really think that's only just. I think that's what we should do, but we might not do that.
Yeah,
we might not.
What are your guys' thoughts on you?
Did you guys cover a Paul video? Which one?
Yeah, one of the weeks where one of our guests ended up canceling, I just grabbed a beer and got drunk, and it was the Pisco conversation. We got through like the first 15 minutes, and then the Charlie Kirk part where he tried to make it sound completely reasonable to assume that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, and that just broke my brain.
Paul's brain has been broken. So
thank you.
Yeah. Ironically, when we were talking earlier about who are people that are like good at having these conversations on the left and the right, Paul came to mind because
Paul came to mind, absolutely, even for me still.
He is. Yes, right. Paul. Well, there's a few things. I think like he's fallen victim to his own
memes.
Worldview. Yeah, his own memes. Yes, he has. And there's something also like inconsistent. He contradicts himself sometimes in like what it means to him to be this radical centrist. And I know that even that title is a bit memey, but his premise, which I think is like he sort of trademarked it, although it's kind of like accessible and like intuitive really to anyone, but like he makes a good point that people are so partisan brained that they refuse to acknowledge even good points from the other side, right? So they limit their potential and the potential success of their party or their movement or whatever because they are obstinately refusing to acknowledge when someone else makes a good point who might be viewed as their enemy.
But if you're on the left, who does that sound like? That sounds like P.F. Young to me.
Yeah,
Sorry to
interrupt. No, yeah, but so his whole shtick was like, I take the best parts from these people and incorporate it, and I think he's sort of ended up taking the worst parts. Like, I don't know how that happened, but I think he's actually taken the worst parts of both sides, frankly, at this point in time. And his brain has just been he has Zog brain. He's been completely broken by Israel and Jews, and there's a sad irony in that too, because Parker, stop, because he tells this anecdote regularly about, I guess, some person, maybe in his family or a close friend, who he claims like went down an anti-Semitic rabbit hole. And I think he believes that witnessing that has inoculated him from similarly falling down the same rabbit hole, but it hasn't. And I think he's really tremendously brain broken, and he's a little dangerous because he's very smart. And he does put a mask. He knows how to go mask on, like the Hassans and whatever out there. And he knows how to speak to the audience of the person that he's in conversation with. And yeah, I don't know. I went from seeing him as like a force for good because he is a talented conversationalist and orator, and now to sort of a force for evil, basically. I think using all of those same strengths and talents. And yeah, I don't know. I think he's just severely brain broken, and now he's like a.
Yeah.
Kyle,
he went from like a. He went from like, I'm gonna call out the wokeness and the identitarianism and all of that stuff to like, actually, I kind of like the Christian nationalism stuff, and so to maintain my consistency for being a radical centrist, I also now have to say that I'm okay with like the black identitarian stuff. He was like, well, I guess so now he's essentially okay with every type of identitarianism except for Jewish identitarianism.
Yes.
And he has this like, he's doing the Tucker, first of all, his Lord and Savior is Tucker Carlson, which is just a red flag for anyone. But he's doing the Tucker Carlson thing. Yeah, he's doing the Tucker Carlson thing of, as long as you don't hate Jews for their blood, you don't hate Jews, basically.
Yes.
Like it can't be considered Jew hatred or anti-Semitism, even though anti-Semitism as a word has really been beaten and is not very useful in many ways. But there are people, and this is coming, although this actually happens on the left too. This is kind of the defense of Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker obviously doesn't hate Jews by virtue of being Jewish. He doesn't hate them, for their blood. Paul seems to hate Jews for their religion. He's gotten very much into we need to be able to criticize the religion, even though he has really no substantive criticisms of said religion. So I think he's just, I don't know if anything that I even said just now was just coherent, but Kay and I, this is something that we talk about a lot in our own DMs. Like our blood pressure and heart rate rises every time a new Paul video comes onto the feed.
I'm working on a video called "Nobody Loves P.F. Jung More Than I Do," and if you're a P.F. Jung fan, you'll understand the context. Yeah, because he's always making his clickbait titles of "Nobody loves the white identitarians more than I." Nobody loves BLM more than I do. And it's all bait. Yes. One of his most recent videos was the BLM for straight people has begun. And
I saw that.
I just, like, when there's a war with Iran and civil strife in our nation on levels that we haven't seen since the 60s or even the Civil War, like, I just can't imagine thinking that's the valuable thing you have to contribute to the discourse. That once again broke me.
That part of it bothers me less. Like, I'm less about, like, there's a war, so you can't talk about this, or like during Pride Month, I'm less about that, as opposed to I just think he's like, think he's just no longer a force for good. I think he's a chaos agent right now. Like, I think he unfortunately has aligned himself with there's many factions, and as we've kind of discussed across the left and the right, and he's basically aligned himself with all of the factions that I wish to fight against, and that's sad.
Yeah, and it's not just like he has a bad take and you hear about it seldom. It's like every fucking video. He's like brain broken on Israel and Jews and Jewish supremacy, but like at the same time is sympathetic to like white identitarianism and Christian nationalism, and wants to maintain a white race, which is fine. Like, white people shouldn't go anywhere, but holding a lot of things in contradiction. And it's just sad because he seems smart enough to.
He's very smart.
Wrestle with them. But doesn't take on criticism, and I don't know. He has calls sometimes, but like he won't go deep into the weeds often with people.
I'm glad you guys called him smart, because I was worried I was going to have to start defending P.F. Jung for first. I don't know.
No,
we were fans. He's obviously smart. Yeah.
And I still think. I still assume he's going to come back from that at some point. I just think he's a little bit lost right now. I'm still
a lot of people are lost right now.
In his heart, I think he's a wonderful guy, right? Like the way I always put it is I think he treats his mother with respect and they raised him right. That's like my baseline for people of if you're a good person, is like, Will you treat people with kindness? And I think he absolutely would. Politically I feel like he's lost the plot. But I think we should stop going off on P.F. Jung for now. We can come back to that next time we have y'all on.
Absolutely. I doubt that he will have healed his busted brain by then, so I'm sure there will be much to discuss.
But before that, Kyle, can you change the name of the stream to P.F. Jung is a force for evil, and then quote marks dash tally?
I suppose I could, but then I would have to divert my efforts away from getting these games ready that we were going to play.
Indeed.
So without further ado, enough talking about P.F. Jung and anything else substantial. Let's launch into a game that is taking the online debate space by storm. It is the greatest thing that you will see on the internet. It's probably the greatest thing that I've ever done as a human being. It's a game that we call Podcaster, Prisoner, President.
Podcaster, Prisoner, President.
See, it's a real show. We've got an intro for the games. That's how we do it on the marketplace of ideas. All right.
Real show.
We are a real show, god damn it. All right, enough of that.
Did I put on a hat so I can tip my hat?
Yeah.
You might as well if you've got one handy. But if you'll check out the screen that I'm sharing, we've got round 1 of Podcaster, Prisoner, President. Now, just to go over the rules of the game, you might know the game. Fuck, marry, kill. Similar to that, of course, we don't want to talk about fucking anybody on the show because that's just not the kind of show we do. And we try to discourage the few gooners that have come over to us from Connor's audience from engaging too much in their lascivious nature. So we've changed it to podcaster, prisoner, president. And we take these three people, much like the previously aforementioned game, and sort them into three categories. There's president, where we assume that they're going to have at least some support from the American people. They will be an American president. They're thereby held to the restraints and also given the authority of the American president. We've got podcaster, where we assume that whoever is in this role will have a sizable audience and be able to exert a certain amount of influence on the social discourse. And then we have prisoner, where we will be shutting down this particular person and their ideology and their outreach more or less for good. Now, to be clear, this is not necessarily advocating that any of these people actually go to prison.
Unless you want to.
Unless stated otherwise. Unless stated otherwise. Listen, yeah, we're allowed to say these things. So without
if Candace Owens has free speech, so do I. That's what I keep saying.
If any of these people have free speech, so do I. And who are these people? We've got Nick Fuentes, leader of the Groyper movement. We've got Candace Owens. I'm not sure exactly what she's up to these days, but she's certainly staying active. And Megyn Kelly, who is once again standing against or perhaps for the administration. I'm really unclear as to where she's at. So
Depends on the day.
depends on the day. Well, as far as today is concerned, where shall we sort these individuals?
Well,
So, you want to go first, Kay?
I mean, okay. I have. Yeah, I think it's kind of.
I have.
I
My
don't think there's
answers.
any other way to go. Let's just say that. So
Okay.
I think I would make Megyn Kelly president.
Mhm.
I would make Nick Fuentes podcaster,
Mm,
too.
Yeah.
and I would put Candace in prison.
Yep.
Just like, yeah, I don't think there's any other real way to.
Well,
to do it.
I think we're all going to.
Yeah.
The way I generally look at the game is you're usually going to be maximizing for president because that's the most critical role here. So you trying to find the
Mhm.
least offensive person here. It sucks in any case where Megyn Kelly is the least obnoxious presidential choice, but that's that's what we've got here.
Yeah.
And I'm with you
Yeah.
there. And then it becomes who's the more dangerous podcaster? And I think I'm with you that it's Candace Owens rather than Fuentes.
Yeah.
What's your logic to that though between Candace Owens and Fuentes?
I think she's like chaotic evil. Like
Mhm.
it makes no sense. And Nick is like just evil. Yeah, but he's
Neutral
like
evil.
logical. Like I don't. Yeah.
Yes.
but
It makes
there's
him
just
more.
something-
They're dangerous in different ways. Yeah. The
Mm.
Nick is much smarter than Candace. Like he's
Mhm.
much more compelling in that way. So there's like dangers, but I would have ranked it the exact same way. So I agree with Kay completely. This is like more slanderous. Like she might actually need to go
Yeah.
to jail for like the blatant lies that she says and makes like entire mini series about. It's hard, right? Because I do actually think that Nick is more influential, and so if in that way, but like Kay said, he's still rooted to reality much more than Candace,
Yeah.
and I think reality, as best as I can understand it, and approximating towards reality is like
Generally better.
my top generally better, but also like a motivating that's one of my big splits from the left, which I know we're out of substance now, but at some point we can get back to that's
No,
my
at
big
any
break
time
from
if you want
ever
to go
feeling
back to
like I
substance,
could.
yeah, these aren't just
Okay.
supposed to be silly. If they're
Okay.
supposed to be silly, but then hopefully provoke a little bit of that
Yeah.
real
Yeah.
question there.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from when you say that the left is out of sync with reality, but man, I think I don't know if you would disagree that the right is extremely out of sync with reality too, so much as
There is
yeah.
yeah.
Maybe more so that the right wing that you would like to see is more in sync and more capable of being in sync and closer to being in sync with that.
I think the best people on the right, and that doesn't even mean politicians, the best human people with a right-wing disposition, are much closer to reality than the best people, again, politician or not, on the left. And that's just, again, just kind of comes down to essentially my biggest split, from the left was just not being a blank slatist anymore. Like I have a more deterministic view of the world now that I think in some ways just makes it sort of incompatible to be on the left. And it starts in that more ideological way, even when you get to policy prescriptions, right? Like if I don't believe that every person has the same capacity for success and all we need to do is put enough money and resources and every person will achieve, which I don't, then I think there are a lot of issues with the policy prescriptions that come from that type of mindset. But all that was to say, I think Nick is more dangerous because he is more compelling and stuff, and because he's more rooted in reality, right? So there's more meat to grab onto, whereas Candace, a lot of it is just like total fucking lunacy. But to your point about the issues on the right, there are major epistemological issues, I think that's the right word I'm looking for, on the right, of just like how they come to their information. And conspiracism is an issue on both sides, but it's really an issue on the right. And I don't know if you two have ever heard of Noam Dworman. He's the owner of the Comedy Cellar. He has a podcast called Live from the Table.
I'll check it out.
Well, we're gonna totally put you on to it. Kay and I both watch.
Love it.
He Noam has become like a buddy of mine. I'm like very proud to know him at all. He's a really incredible guy. He's right of center, but he's a New York Republican, like he's socially totally, when he and I had our conversation on his show, like he was pushing back against me on my positions on trans stuff and whatever. So he's a very socially liberal guy, but he's wonderful. And he's been ringing the bell about the Tucker Carlsons and the kind of craziness on the right for several years now, before it became more of an urgent pressing issue. And he's been taking people to task that he likes and admires on some level about defending and not calling out the retards and the conspiracy theorists on their side. He had a whole big fight with Josh Hammer about his relationship with Dinesh D'Souza. And so Noam's just like a really smart, thoughtful guy. And I highly recommend that show. I think you guys will get a lot from it. And he's very much on current events. So like he's had a bunch of people on the last couple of weeks about the Iran war. So there's plenty of like relevant substance for you guys to bite into on that show.
Heck yeah.
Excellent. Always enjoy some additional substance to chew on. With that said, with our first round, reaching consensus, we've got Megyn Kelly leading the free world. Nick Fuentes still gets to keep his podcast, and Candace Owens has to wither away in prison. Well, with that...
And I'll just say quickly...
We're going to get canceled for putting the black one in jail, by the way.
And I will just say, like, I put Candace in jail primarily because I between her and Nick, I just hate her more.
Yeah,
sure.
I just hate her more.
Yeah. There's no rule against that. There's that is a legitimate way to play the game. All right.
I'd also kind of rather people be racist than be like conspiracy theorists. Maybe that might be a crazy take.
I think
so far, without thinking about it very long, I that's what I'm inclined to say.
I think people are more inclined towards being led astray by that rather than racism. Racism is something that people can more easily identify, but misinformation, that's killing us out there right now. We don't have the serum to cure that yet.
No.
There's enough like cultural pushback against racism right now. There's not a lot of cultural pushback on conspiratorial thinking.
Not enough of it.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we could do with less of that, to be sure. All right, let's hopefully not too on the nose, but if we're talking about people for whom the left no longer felt like a welcome home, we've got three more individuals who might fit that category. We have
oh God. My God.
Of the Young Turks, we have Anna Kasparian. We've got Mr. Dave Rubin, former stand-up comedian with a great sense of humor, I'll say. And Taylor Lorenz, who I don't know if she counts herself amongst those who have no longer felt welcome on the left. However, we included her here.
She thinks of herself as better than the left.
Right,
so Anna
right.
feels iced out of the left. Dave obviously left the left. Taylor believes, like many leftists, that she's better than the left. She's one of the, well, I'm not a Democrat, right? So
Sure.
she was not pushed out. She left. She walked out the door. To clarify,
that
there.
Kasparian picture is fucking golden for this.
I wish I could have found a good Dave Rubin or Taylor Lorenz picture to match that.
You did Dave the dirtiest in these pictures.
he looks pretty goobery. Yeah.
That's bad. That is bad.
Kasparian looks like she should be colored green and riding on a broomstick. Okay, she looks like she's given the wicked witch laugh.
I mean, to be fair, she was. If I remember,
she was Zob posting.
Yeah, and she was like, she was doing an imitation of
a Jewish person. What?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Like she was doing the merchant. The thing.
Oh no.
Yes, and that
did she do this?
Did she do her around forever? Yes, she was doing the
no.
whole thing. Yeah.
No, she literally did. It was a whole. It
no.
broke the internet for a couple of days. Yes,
Oh,
she
no.
literally did.
She's the one that everybody
I'll have to
uses
check
all the
that
time
out.
for her. She deserved
Yeah.
it.
Well, pretty unsavory depiction to make. Do you think that means she should go to prison, or would somebody else be more suited to that role? How are we going to sort these folks?
I think. So, I'll answer first for this one.
Yeah,
and
go
I'm gonna go with Kay. I'm just who I hate the most is. That's actually hard though, because I actually really fucking hate Anna Kasparian, but I'm inclined to throw Taylor Lorenz in prison because she's more insufferable in some way. Like she's like victim whiny insufferable. Anna is aggressive, and I guess maybe I have more respect for that type of frustration. So I'm going
because they're actually making their points
president.
instead of doing manipulations to get people
Yes.
there. Yeah, it's grosser. You feel grosser when you see Taylor Lorenz pull her shit off. Yeah.
Wait,
100%.
So we're putting Dave Rubin in the White House.
Dave Rubin is in the White House.
Oh, God.
Anna Kasparian gets to remain at the Young Turks.
Very good.
This Armenian gets to remain with the Young Turks, and Taylor Lorenz is straight to jail.
Oh,
And they're not even going to let her have a COVID mask in there, so she's totally fucked.
Oh no! Good luck to your upper respiratory system, Taylor Lorenz.
I agree once again. Once again.
Beautiful. We reached consensus again, and I think we.
No. I would put Anna in jail.
Oh, okay. We've got a little bit of.
That was hard for me. It was hard for me.
I know.
You know.
Now, is there something to hash out here, or shall we just accept that we have different answers? What's your logic?
I just want her to shut up more. Like Taylor, I feel like is not that effective.
True.
Anna's just everywhere, and I don't want to hear her anymore.
Both of our guests
taking her down. What would Cenk do? Right? Like it would collapse TYT.
Okay. You might have me with that one. Just seeing Cenk up there alone flailing without a beautiful secondary host to prop him up.
He'd have a stroke.
Yeah.
Blood pressure would be through the roof.
He'd be yelling more. He'd have to fill it. He'd have to fill the dead air with more noises.
The vein in his forehead would pop out and there'd be blood on the screen.
The funniest I've ever seen Crowder, the most I've ever agreed with Crowder was when he was mocking Cenk. It's if you haven't seen his impression, it may be the only Crowder thing worth watching. Is him mocking Cenk. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll definitely watch that.
Maybe don't still. Crowder, Jesus, what a weirdo.
just for a sample of the reception that I normally get in these online left of center spaces, we have Rob in the chat.
Okay.
He just joined, wanted to say that Tali is a complete and utter retard, and if she cared about the good of society, she would withdraw from public life.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Why can't we get any chatters like that in our chat? My goodness, that's spicy.
I actually
it is your chat, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
I don't understand. I actually have a hard time understanding how I inspire that much like passion in people, because I don't think I'm that extreme.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we talked a little about something like this before the show, Chapingra, Kyle, and I, which is it when it feels like you should be just right there and aligned with each other, when those disagreements happen, it feels more personal, more visceral. Whereas like with someone who's definitely on the other side, you're like, whatever, I can write them off. They're just another idiot. But when you because I'm more passionately angry when P.F. Jung fucks up than when, Steven
True.
Crowder or Tucker Carlson do. Right? It hurts. Like, I've already written these people off. So when they see someone like you who is obviously, like, actually cares, is taking things seriously, is compassionate towards different groups of people, and you used to have the ideology in your blood, to see you turn your back on that, it feels something happens in the brain. I don't know what it is entirely.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And you make a good point with the Paul example, right? Get like more angry about someone that we feel some level of connectedness to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Or it's
Kelly,
just that
that's
I'm
like,
extremely low IQ.
The
that's
jury's
like,
out.
that's like why I messaged Tally and was like, we should talk. We should do a show, because I just got so. I mean, I saw you on some spaces and we had spoken a bit, and I just got so tired of the struggle sessions that you constantly found yourself in. And I was like, there's more interesting conversation that you could be having, and like I want to hear it. So like, I guess we're gonna have to have them, because otherwise you just keep looping on the same. You would be looping on the same thing.
I loop and I end up doing the double
frustrating,
down, right? The defensive double down too. Yeah, totally.
Well,
although I don't think I doubled down on anything that crazy, but yeah.
Well, we'll see if maybe we develop some haters as the show goes on, and maybe Rob's opinion of you will improve as he sees you adjudicate these individuals in the next round of podcast
I'm
for Prisoner
sure,
President. So stay tuned, Rob. We might be able to sway you at least a little bit towards not being quite so upset at Tally. Why don't we find who's a good trio to talk about? Why don't we do? What do you think? A couple more rounds of this, or shall we look to wrap this game and move on to something else? What are y'all thinking?
A couple more rounds.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move to. Why don't we go right or left? Give me a right or left.
Let's go right again. Well, this one is an odd mixture here. I don't know how to start this one exactly, but go right and then go left.
Let's go right and then we'll go left. Why don't we go? Let's stay cultural influencers. Here we've got three gentlemen who have influenced the discourse in their own special ways. We've got Jordan Peterson with his lobster-colored skin. We've got Glenn Beck with his best crocodile tears that he's ever mustered. And Alex Jones, who is genuinely sad that Donald Trump is not going to be releasing the full Epstein files.
The look
so
of
how do
horror
we?
on Kay's face was lovely there for a moment.
So how do we sort these gentlemen? Who goes where?
Do we just
Alex
sort
Jones
them
is going
in
to
how
jail.
red they are, or?
Yeah, by color.
We do have a clear gradient. We could do that, yes. But I think
they're already set up pretty good, yeah.
That is of course the order is mixed up if Alex Jones finds himself in prison.
If you're maximizing for jail, obviously Alex Jones. The one out of these three that unequivocally deserves punishment of some sort for profiting millions of dollars for lying on the deaths of children and lying about their parents and
lying about the supplements that he sells. He sells supplements that he claimed makes him stronger. Turns out it just makes you more red. Who knew? All right, Alex Jones in prison,
straight to prison.
can no longer reach his audience. How about old JP and GB?
This one's actually harder. I'm in my first my intuition was to send Jordan Peterson to the White House. I think that's probably, that's probably where I would go.
President Peterson, setting aside that he is, I believe, a Canadian-born, so we'll just pretend that we've adjusted that so that he can take control over the White House.
Yes.
I guess that leaves Glenn Beck to be a podcaster and espouse his opinions still.
I
Well,
can see
This
it.
one is
I'd probably swap Beck and Peterson, but
you'd
Yeah.
swap Beck and put him in the White House, and Peterson gets to have a podcast.
I'm open to that too. Yeah, this
I
one
mean,
is less. Sorry, Kay.
Yeah, no, Jordan. I like Jordan Peterson. I think he's better as a communicator, and he's like potentially unconscious in Russia detoxing somewhere. So I don't know how fit he would be.
Well,
You know,
sure, but
maybe we can stipulate that they've got their 4 to 8 years of health back. Maybe we
Perhaps
can
He's got 4
stipulate
to 8
that.
years, and he's no longer addicted to Valium, and maybe he'll eat a vegetable.
Hopefully, one can hope. And I will
One
say,
can
in
hope.
Jordan Peterson's defense, those are genuine tears. Like these other guys, these are bullshitting. Jordan Peterson is genuinely upset because he thought about young men and it just was too much.
Men.
Bridget Fetisi, who I mentioned earlier, she kind of de-radicalized me. Not that I was ever so radically against Glenn Beck, but again, I came out from the left, and so obviously there's just I was against Jordan Peterson too, right? From the position that I came from before my ideological turn. But I mean, this is not going to be a glowing endorsement of Bridget Fetisi for you guys. But she's someone that I respect, and she had spoken about her relationship with Glenn Beck, and she had him on her show at least once. And I thought it was a pretty good conversation. So I've warmed up to, I don't watch Glenn Beck. I don't listen to Glenn Beck. Like, he has literally no influence on any of my ideological positions or anything. But I really don't have many strong negative feelings for Glenn Beck.
I watch Glenn Beck sometimes. Not often at all. I don't have any, like, he's just another
How's he doing
guy
these days?
talking online.
Does he still cry a bunch? Is that still part of his thing?
Glenn Beck? Not that I've seen, no.
Oh, no?
He has been crying, though. I've seen some of that. Only clips, though.
Yeah. I just think Jordan Peterson's, like, emotionally too fragile.
That might be true.
He's prone to tears. He's very quick to tears these days.
Did you see him making a decision?
He's the male equivalent of the criticism that women shouldn't be president because of their monthly time. Okay, he's the male equivalent of that.
Yeah.
Okay. What if something dangerous happens when Jordan Peterson is thinking about the plight of men? He might just go off. You know, we can't trust him in that moment.
Well, hopefully, whoever his vice president is would be able to hold the fort in that time. But I think for now, this seems to be a fitting assortment for these gentlemen. Do we think we've reached a consensus here?
Yeah.
At least good enough to move on to round 4.
Indeed.
Good enough.
Beautiful. Let's go more to the left side of things. How about some left-wing influencers running the gamut of the left wing of the political spectrum? We have, zoom in a little bit there for you. We've got Hassan Piker co-opting the more progressive movement in America. We've got Kyle Kulinski, who is a longtime podcaster now and married to Crystal Ball. I just thought I'd throw that in there. And we've got Hutch, who has been one of the live and learn advocates for ditching the far left, if I remember correctly, how that conversation has been going. So, with these 3 people on the left, who do we put where?
Well, Hutch is obviously president.
100%.
Hutch
Easy.
is president. There we go.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The next 2 gets more difficult. I'm like inclined to say that Hassan, I want to send Hassan to jail. However, he's very dumb and not even a very effective communicator. So maybe we send Kyle to jail and just let Hassan keep streaming on Twitch. I don't think Hassan's actually like moving people or like really influencing deep ideological thought. Not that I think Kyle is either, but Kyle is like more competent, like
Yeah.
much
Yep.
more competent.
Kyle is pushing his
so-
wave more than he is just riding it, the way Hassan is just
Yes.
riding it.
Yes.
I
So
mean,
maybe Kyle has to go to prison.
You think so? I
I
mean,
never looked at
Hassan
it
has.
that way. My instinct was Hassan is just a worse political pundit, or if he got his way, things would be worse than if Kyle got his way. So that's how I ordered it. Was you'd put Kyle on the podcaster, but you might if I take into account that Kyle isn't necessarily for my politics either or my political project either. Even if we have like more similar end goals, I don't think the process looks good under him, and Hassan might just stay sort of an irrelevant frat boy that that is
Yeah.
just
And
riding
Hutch
the
is
waves
president,
of populism.
guys, and Hutch has it on fucking lock, man. So like, we don't have to worry.
Well, unless Pisco
Literally
gets here.
true.
Hutch has got it on lock for you. Hutch is someone that you have fewer political disagreements than many on the left. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think I don't think it's necessarily that I have fewer disagreements, but like I trust his analysis and he's sane.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is
I
like
don't just mean relative
dispositionally-
to these other people, but it sounded like you would be optimistic if Hutch were our president, right? Would you vote Hutch over Kamala?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What over Biden? Is there?
I would vote Hutch over
Mhm.
this point in time. I would vote Hutch over JD Vance. I would vote
Mhm.
Marco Rubio over Hutch.
Okay. Rubio over Hutch. Okay.
Yes.
So do you think that Rubio is a generally principled person, and maybe he joined up with this crew just to keep his name up there and do what he can while this administration is wreaking havoc, or what do you think?
I don't think the only way to be principled is to be like anti-Trump and be like in the anti-Trump wing of the Republican movement. I think in certain ways you neuter yourself by doing that. I think there are lots of people who have eaten shit in a way that is going to be embarrassing in years to come once we get past the Trump era. But like I don't know. Yeah, I voted for Trump, right? So obviously working in the Trump administration is not like some litmus test for me, but no, I don't think that there wasn't much like public groveling, anything crazy. I think he's getting to enact a lot of like what would already be his foreign policy preference. So I don't think that he's just like going in and doing what Trump
Going
wants.
along
I
to
think
get along, yeah.
if anything, he's probably has more influence in that realm. Yeah, those are my top thoughts.
All right, great.
All right. Well, that ends up with Hutch for at least in this realm. He gets to be president. Hassan gets to keep his podcast, and it hurts to say as a fellow Kyle, but Kalinske stuck in jail. So sad.
You'll note that neither Kay nor I voted Hutch for president because we think that he is easily influenceable and that we could just get him to do whatever we want him to do.
Are you making a reference to other guests that have been on this show?
This might be a callback. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Now listen, I can't endorse that because we really need as much clout as we can get. So I won't be insulting any of our former guests. I love every single one of them equally, and I hope to have them all back again. But you are, of course, welcome to disparage whomever you'd like.
I really like Pisco, and I in our conversation earlier of who are people that can have these conversations, I think Kay and I were both probably thinking Pisco, even though he doesn't do it very often. And sometimes he can be very, very lawyer debate brained, but he also like when he wants to, when he's in the mood, he can have really constructive conversations with people from people who he respects and takes seriously. I think that's probably like the necessary ingredient there. Yeah. But, I think Pisco, I really like Pisco. I disagree with him strongly sometimes, especially in the fights that he gets in with his fellow liberal brothers, his brothers in arms. But I like Pisco for what it's worth.
Wonderful.
I couldn't not pick at that, but I do like Pisco.
Fair enough. Well, you may have an issue with Pisco's methodology for picking Hutch, but at the very least, you agree with the end result of Hutch being president. At the very least, over Mr. Piker and Mr. Kalinske. All right.
Certainly. Easy.
final round of podcaster, prisoner, president, and we have to pick a good one to go out on. Let's see. Okay. I think we should reassess. I think we should assess some of the people that we have working in the current administration. There are a few folks who have a bit of a drinking problem, and I think that lends itself to an unproductive workspace. And I think that we can see that manifested with these three folks. We've got downing a beer with the USA hockey team, Kash Patel. We've got Pete Hegseth taking a booze bath, and we've got RFK Jr. enjoying himself a nice warm shot of raw milk.
This is easily one of the most painful ones for me. This is easily especially because it feels so easy to say that Kash Patel is the most qualified by
president.
being just the least horrible
he's just
person.
Obviously president.
Yeah, he's just the least horrible out of these people. Well, actually, earlier you weren't as critical as RFK as I wanted you to be, and I wanted to bring it up. What are your guys' thoughts on RFK? Is he just a slimy political actor just there to get his own power and notoriety and yada yada, or do you think he's got real values that he's trying to instill?
I think he's a true believer of whatever he believes, but I think he's fucking crazy.
Okay,
yeah. Like I mostly tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. I think there's like much less grifting going on than people want to attribute to people. So yeah, I also think I was going to use the same words, true believer. I think he's an idiot. I don't believe what he believes. It's like hard between him and Pete Hegseth who goes to prison.
I mean, is it more dangerous to have somebody running our food and health department of the administration telling us to drink raw milk and that eating roadkill is just fine, who himself ascribes to a diet solely of meat and ferments? Or is it more dangerous to have somebody in charge of our military telling our soldiers that they're gearing up for a holy war and it's time to get ready for the glory that comes with that?
Well, in this case, neither of them are in the government. They are either in prison or running a podcast. So fear not. Thank goodness.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've improved the world.
I think RFK has to go to jail just because I don't want to listen to his voice on a podcast.
I was just going to say that.
It's bad. It's real bad. It's not good.
Not good.
I hate to be mean about somebody's voice, but it is quite jarring to listen to. Well, that's
I'd be sad because I love doing an RFK impression, even though it destroys my vocal cords every time I do it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show out too.
Hegseth is a good communicator. Okay. Yeah, that's all.
No, yeah, exactly.
He's a good communicator.
Right. No one's tuning in for that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's going to have literally no sway, no influence. Go have a podcast. Sure. Also, like in my most lived out quality, I would feel pride of having this like brown Indian man being our president. I would. Sure. That would make me happy. I'd be like, yes, cool. This is what America is. He's a true patriot. That I would feel pride in that, even though again I don't want to lean into identitarianism. That's not a reason to vote for him, but that would be an added bonus if Kash Patel had to be our president.
It would be a silver lining, and I mean to be fair, he is very proud of the fact that he's in the USA hockey team.
That's an American right there. God damn it, that's an American.
Damn right. Yep.
There's also there's this interesting. I'm not trying to give Kash Patel a lot of credit because I don't think he deserves a lot of credit.
It felt a little gross even to say that's an American for me.
Yeah, right. Okay, I won't take it that far, but there's something like not to go down a whole other rabbit hole that can get people feeling a lot of feelings. But with the Epstein stuff, and there's something I appreciate about the fact that he was like on the conspiracy train with the Epstein stuff and the JFK assassination and all of this stuff, and then when he got there and had the documents in front of him, he had to do the awkward thing of coming out and being like, actually, there isn't a big grand conspiracy, right? But he did that.
Yeah.
And I'm happy about that. Again, like I'm not endorsing him. It doesn't mean that he deserves his position in government or any of these things, but I'm I'm glad, again, for the sake of reality prevailing, right, and
Yeah.
us approximating as close to reality as possible. I think it's good that he was essentially forced, right, to. I don't mean forced like he had to be like verbally coerced, but he was either going to have to like to lie blatantly now that he has the information, or resign or something if he didn't want to have to contradict himself in that way. But no, he went out there, and same with Bongino too, who again, I'm not a fan or anything to that effect, but they got up there and said, actually, I looked at all of this, and it turns out there's not much there, and I'm grateful for that, however small it is.
Well, I'm
Patel
angry
kind
at
of
you.
has like
I'm angry at you
golden
for
retriever
making me
energy.
respect Patel more, but I actually agree. That was actually kind of well said. I hate you for it. What were you saying, Kay?
You're welcome.
I think he has like golden retriever energy.
Yes, he totally does.
If
Yes.
Voldemort owned a golden retriever, okay, I like it.
That would be Voldemort's golden retriever.
Gonna go kill some muggles today?
Well, if nothing else, the enthusiasm is infectious when you see it. That was a thrilling game of Podcaster, Prisoner, President. We hopefully solved some real issues by exploring how to sort those folks.
Undoubtedly.
Absolutely. I certainly hope so. How are we doing on time, by the way? I noticed that it is the hours have moved, and we are in different time zones. I want to be respectful of people's sleeping schedules. We certainly don't want to disrupt those. How much longer shall we hang out?
I guess that's mostly a Kay question because
Mostly
she's
Kay
in the
question.
latest time zone here.
Yeah, I mean, I can go for a bit more.
Okay.
I'm good. I don't have to wrap now, but
Cool. So yeah, maybe
She's
at
gonna
least
regret
another
this in the
20 minutes or
morning,
whatever.
but
See what happens.
Look at that.
just
Beautiful.
need 5 hours,
Dedication.
baby.
All right. Well, Kyle, I think we have another game to play then.
We do indeed, and this one is I don't want to say a little more. I don't want to say more substance necessarily. We hit some substance in Podcaster, Prisoner, President, but this is more on the nose with the theme of how do we explore the debate space and infuse it with good discourse. This is a game called Straw Man, Steel Man.
Straw Man.
Steel man.
Now, the object of this game is you either have to, we've revised the rules a little bit. James, why don't you, if you could?
Well, we're kind
in
of
case
shopping this around. The first time that we played the game, we just we came up with some statements that we assumed our guests would disagree with, but then had them give their best argument for why, where that idea comes from. Yeah, give your best interpretation of where that idea comes from, even if you don't believe it, yada yada. But we're trying to expand that a little bit. So for some of these, it'll be, give the best version of that argument. For some, I think we're going to say, go ahead and tear down that steel man, or this is something that people believe. Go ahead and take it apart. We're workshopping it. Maybe we'll just stick to the just steel man some bad ideas. We'll just stick to that. We'll give you some ideas that we presume you won't agree with, and then you can give your best shot at where do these ideas actually come from? What's the most reasonable version of this concept? And so
you get to say what you actually believe afterwards. Just
sure, yeah. No, we're gonna clip chimp you with just whatever the straw man is, whatever the steel man is. All right. So for our first round, we're going with something a little bit close to home for Tali. We know you're a big truther for Israel, the Israel-Palestine issue. So
yes,
our first straw man is Netanyahu is a genocidal maniac that just wants to rid Israel and the world of the evils of Islam in order to maintain an ethno-state. Dear God, should we have come up with a lighter one to start this off with?
I think this is perfect. And if nothing else, Rob will be satisfied that we're finally addressing his claim that Tali is in Israel's pocket there.
So I'm I need to steel
Good
man
luck.
that position.
Yeah, good luck.
Indeed.
Yeah.
As best you can.
I at least hate watch enough lefties that I could do a good job of this.
I know that. Wow, I actually was so excited for this game because I
And
like
then-
I like to fancy myself someone again because I come from the left, and so it's typically left wing positions that I'm coming up against.
Yeah.
I fancy myself as someone who understands where they're coming from. That was so loaded. I'm really struggling already.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Can you I'm not even joking. Can you type it into the chat? Because there were just a lot of parts to that
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
need
did.
to make sure I hit them all.
That's the next step.
Um,
That's what we need we need a visual aid for
on
this
the
game,
top
James.
of what
I-
the
We'll do
Yeah.
that next time.
Yeah, I'll have to throw something together in Microsoft Paint. That's the program that the professionals use.
All right, I've got it in the side chat there.
Yeah, I really appreciate the MS Paint. No, sincerely,
pull it up on my phone.
it's great.
Gives the show a nice charm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm looking
A
for it.
reminder,
You put it
we
in
are
the
a real
Discord chat?
show.
No,
Indeed
this
we
is
are.
like, Tally, how much you want to think Doobie paid them off to make her
Yeah.
talk shit about Israel?
Oh, I
No,
wish.
literally.
I wish. If Doobie
You guys
gave
need
us
that
money
doobie money.
That's right.
absolutely, yes,
Yeah.
of course.
420 is coming up. I need the
my
doobie
God.
money.
Okay, I don't. Which chat did you put in? I'll just start. But which?
It's in
oh,
the
you put it
side
in
chat.
the show.
If you just scroll over the window we're talking in the top right, you can click show chat, and that'll bring up the little mini chat for this voice. Or I could.
Whatever reason, my Discord won't load it. It's failed to load, but it's
Okay.
okay. I get the gist of what you're saying.
Yeah. Basically, Netanyahu is a genocidal maniac that wants to create an ethno-state for Israel. Many would say not a hard thing to steal, man. Many would say.
I
And kill
know.
all the Muslims, though, they said.
Yeah,
That was part
that
of it.
was an
Yeah,
added one.
yeah,
Let's take that one out.
Okay.
He wants to he's a maniac that is willing to genocide the people of Islam, Arab people, in order to create an ethno-state.
I'm so disappointed in myself.
Oh, no. Oh no. Hey, do you have our back on this one? Can you
I'm
steel
saying,
man
I think-
this?
The problem with them already, my intuition in trying to steel man this is just to be more reasonable, which I don't think steel manning that position allows for. I have to turn on my extremist brain, which is hard. I feel like I'm better at this when I'm trying to come from a more reasonable perspective. And I
Yep.
don't think it's not very reasonable for me to work with. Netanyahu has shown complete callous disregard for the life and thriving of the Arab people of Gaza, of the West Bank, and for their neighbors. October 7th, they wouldn't say this, October 7th was disgusting and unacceptable, and Israel had every right to respond. However, responding to a terrorist attack does not include terrorizing the civilians of the other population who had no control over their government or over the attack that was planned. Starving people, refusing to let aid through. Refusing to let aid through for nearly a couple of months. The type of rhetoric that he uses and the rhetoric that he allows for different ministers in the Knesset to use, that he does not sanction, that he allows to go unchallenged, and just his bellicosity towards his neighbors, right? They share a border with Lebanon, and it seems like every couple of months they're just sending bombs over into Lebanon. It seems like he wants more wars. You would think that the Gaza war was enough, but he seems to just be starting other entanglements everywhere he can, and he obviously doesn't. Is that good enough? I don't know. I don't know if I
liked
should
and subscribed. Okay, you got my lefty ass on that.
If
Okay.
it hadn't been for that one moment you let the mask slip,
I know.
I would have believed
know.
that was your genuine opinion.
Okay.
So what do you?
There's some. Yeah. Okay. Now I get to say my actual.
Okay,
feelings.
yeah. There's some
Absolutely,
truth to that. So what are the some truths that you understand, that you believe from where people like that are coming from.
Netanyahu, in my mind, is more of a political coward than he is genocidaire. He needed, in order to remain in power, the coalition that was formed to elect Bibi Netanyahu into his most recent appointment as prime minister required a coalition with much more extreme far right ministers, and he doesn't challenge them because he functionally can't. But that is a level of cowardice, especially in a country where, frankly, election turnover is very common, and maybe that's part of the reason that he doesn't. He knows that it's very common. He knows that things could slip and fall apart very easily. And like Trump, well, I think Israel is different from America in many ways. Netanyahu has much more connection to soldiers on the battlefield than Trump does. This is because of size. This is because of the draft. This is because of a whole different, number of things. So he's much more in touch in that way than Trump. But he also, like Trump, his top priority is himself and his own success and his own viability. And so there's plenty of criticism to go around for Netanyahu, but there is no genocide happening in Gaza. Therefore, Netanyahu is not a genocidaire. And I truly don't believe that Netanyahu wants to take over any parts of the Middle East. Nor do I think that that's a majority position or even a strong minority position in Israel. Greater Israel is largely a fabrication in the minds of anti-Israel people. That is not a popular position. That's maybe a 5% extremely religious position within Israel. And even at that, it's like some type of historical Israel that they're trying to approximate, not just some like imperialist search to go and conquer the world. But no, I think people have just like a really unrealistic view of what like the average Israeli believes. And I think that there was just a ton of misinformation in the war. And yeah, absolutely no genocide. And even the numbers that people that mainstream respectable people that I respect talk about in the war, even the 70,000 number, people use that number just completely uncritically. That number assuming that's the number, and I have no issue with that. I'm not pushing back. I'm not saying that it's less or anything like that. That's the number that as the health ministry puts forward. That number includes the Hamas terrorists, and people don't seem to even make that distinction. And I think that hurts Palestinians too, when you're grouping in their tormentors and the tormentors of Israelis in with the civilians who were killed. So I think everyone is brain broken on Israel. I am the only true enlightened person on this topic. But no, I couldn't agree less with the prompt that you gave me. So that was a sort of fun exercise. But I hope for a two-state solution. I believe that Palestinians have every right to live in that land. And also, I support Israel very much so. I think they had every right to engage in the war. I wish that they could have gone harder and faster. I think the retractment of the war was part of the problem. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't think there was any even the like, and this is getting really in the weeds, and I know this is not the topic of the conversation, but even like the blockade, and people talk about like the starvation and stuff. We have like really almost no evidence that there was any significant, if any, really, without other than like isolated incidents of people dying from starvation or starvation related causes. At the time of the blockade of aid during the war into Gaza, they already had a backup. They had stockpile. There was something like 10 times the amount of aid going in during the war than there even was before the war. So there was a ton of aid that was enough to feed the entire population for several months over at the time that the aid was blocked. Now, there are various reasons why that aid was not being distributed. Many of them Hamas is responsible for. But even that, I think, like, there are people who say that he shouldn't have done it, and I like agree that they shouldn't have done it because the optics of it. You're just like giving people a weapon to use against you, that you're saying that you're stopping putting aid in. But I don't think that the motivation was to starve people. I think the motivation was a similar motivation of like why we enact like sanctions and stuff. It's like those things do hurt the people, but you're trying to get at the head of it here. And I think that was the goal, even if that wasn't the effect.
Well, if that isn't a space laser enthusiast, I don't know what. I'm kidding. I think that was a fairly reasonable take and a pretty good steel man, all things considered. I just want to give a quick shout to some people in chat who are making some noise. Grassroots says that I think Doobie just cost me like $700. Not sure if that's in reference to something we were talking about, or perhaps that was in a different discussion. But either way, I'm sorry to hear that you've lost your hard-earned money to Doobie's shenanigans. We've also got Zero Fuck saying Israel literally gave up land gained from war to Egypt and Syria before. It doesn't make the chat moved. Doesn't make sense that if Greater Israel were real. And Grassroots chimes in, Greater Israel is more popular in America than it is in Israel. So I think that you
This
have
is 100% correct.
You've gotten some agreement from chat. I hate to interrupt this great game of Strawman Steelman, but we have a caller in the waiting room, and I would I think that we should probably
Can you imagine talking about Israel Palestine got people to have opinions suddenly?
Who knew? Who knew?
Who would have thought?
Well, we've got friend of the show, Lethal Lance, in the waiting room. Let's pull Lethal Lance in. Lethal Lance, thank you so much for joining us this evening on the Marketplace of Ideas. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, no.
Who's that? There's that?
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you pretty well.
A little quiet.
A little quiet, but we can work
Get the
with
mic
it if
close
that's what we've
to
got.
speak clearly. I think we got it. How's it going, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, doing all right, like I said.
All right. So, do you have a question for one of our guests this evening?
Yes, I suppose. So the last time I was familiar with it was pre-election. So basically, everything I know about her is arguments she was making back then. I just wanted to know if any of her views have updated since, what she thinks about her decision, stuff like that.
So you just want some of the like a general update on, you voted in 2024 for Trump. Some of us have seen you speak on that issue since then. Has your position changed much? How has that developed? Is that the question I'm getting from you, Lance?
Basically.
Okay. Yeah. Any developments or what, guys?
May I ask, where had you seen me before the election? Because my timeline could be wrong, but I don't think I was even really in this space
until
for the election. But
yeah, until like last year, midway through, right?
Yeah, because I was still like,
I saw you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was like the debate with Soy Pill. I think you debated Peace. Maybe, and then I think you were on a debate with Destiny at once too. Like that type of live shit people.
For whatever it's worth, I've only been in this space post the election, so this is going to be unsatisfying. I know this is unsatisfying because this is like the question that I get asked when I go in these spaces now. Is like, do you regret it? Has your world, come down crumbling?
Do you regret it a little bit more since the last time you were asked?
Yeah, I know, right?
Just a little bit.
Like, it's like no, and I've really tried to like dig into my soul. Like, is this just a what does regret mean type of thing? Like I think humans are sort of averse to feeling regret about things. Like we try to look at the bright side, especially if depending on the amount of investment that we put into something or whatever. And I didn't put a whole lot of stock into voting for Trump. I was not campaigning for him. I was hosting a podcast. That's why I know that I wasn't in the political sphere, because I remember on election day, I was doing my other podcast. And I remember like the guest we had on that day. He was like Maha, which again, I was never into that part of the new Trump coalition, but no, like basically leading up to the election, I really disliked Trump. I never really came around to liking Trump. I stopped hating Trump and started to find him funny. And I think that, like, if you're able to find Trump funny, I think my like working hypothesis is like that's like a good indicator or like correlate to other things, basically. But I don't know. Like, I didn't have very high expectations, and I voted for him knowing consciously in my mind like I could live to regret this. Like this I may end up regretting this. I don't regret it yet. I can't I my belief going into this was that essentially the institutions held for the things I didn't like about Trump. They didn't leave like lasting damage on our country. So that was kind of the mindset I went into it with. I still kind of hold to that. I don't know. Like there are things that I dislike that I'm unhappy with. Most of the things that I find objectionable are more rhetorical things. Like other things I'm not like cheerleading, but I feel more neutral or ambivalent about. Like even with like the mass deportations and stuff. Like I know that was like a big motivating factor for people. I'm like essentially ambivalent. Like I don't want it to be really ugly, but I understand that it's not pretty. And I like came here illegally. You did break the law, you know? Like I'm like a neo-lib in many ways too. Like I think immigration is good for the economy, and like I've always lived in very mixed high immigration places. I grew up in New York. I live in Hawaii now. Like I live in places where it's super diverse, and I personally prefer that, right? I prefer to be in those environments. So I'm like pro-immigration and also ambivalent about deporting people who are here illegally. I don't like, the same things that I didn't like in the first time. I don't like Trump's bellicose 3-paragraph long tweets. And yeah, there's a lot of things, kind of like what I said earlier. I wish the right was like smarter. I wish I could be more impressed. And I'm very like, I find intelligence and whatever, that stuff alluring. And I find myself wanting for that right now. But I don't know. Like, I'm not
You're just
that.
completely unaware of what Trump has done. I just don't understand.
Well, would you like to ask me about a specific policy and get my take on it?
Where do we even begin? Like, mobilizing the National Guard against U.S. citizens.
Sorry, I can't. What about
approval.
U.S. citizens?
Sorry. I have really shitty ear pods studying, so the best I can work with. Mobilizing the National Guard against U.S. citizens without the state's approval. That the governor usually co-signs on that. Without requesting it, the executive branch has never just unilaterally deployed the National Guard against U.S. citizens, like ever in the history of America. That's one. Two would be the ICE. It's like, yeah, no one serious wants open borders. People want immigration to be enforced. But how they went about it, the reveling in the cruelty of it with alligator Alcatraz and all the memes they do about it, then killing U.S. citizens for the evilness of trying to stand in the way of their noble project of deporting all the roofers from Home Depot. I just don't find it worth it, and I find it very sickening. Those are like the authoritarian things I would think that impact Americans. Man,
Sorry, Tally.
Completely.
Yeah.
Just before, guys,
What?
I'm very sorry. I have to wrap. My daughter is turning 18 in 4 minutes.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
So
Congratulations.
Wow.
it's
That
a
is
big one,
important.
and she is still awake, and she wants me to go down and do birthday with her. So I am going to go. But
That's
thank
lovely
you so
and
much.
adorable.
It was absolutely
And-
lovely having you.
Yeah.
hopefully
We've
we
got-
talk again.
Yes.
Of course.
Look forward to it.
Yes.
Absolutely. And a happy birthday from the chat, as we've got Zero Fucks
Yes.
chiming in with a happy birthday there. And of course, from the marketplace of ideas as well.
I don't know
Thank
if
you,
this is too
guys.
personal a question. Is this your first one to make it to the age of adulthood?
It is. My
Congrats.
others
That's
are,
a big
are little,
step.
so
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
that's a big
yeah.
step.
And
Okay.
best of luck to you as well,
Yes.
then.
Enjoy. Go
Thank
enjoy with your family.
all right. See you later.
Bye.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you
talk
for
to you later,
being
Tally.
on.
Good night, Kay.
Thanks, guys. Night.
Forgive me 10 seconds. I need to get up. My headphone is telling me that it's about to die, so I need to get my other headphone, which is 2 feet away from me. But I'm going to
No
answer
worries.
you, Sir Lance. Just
Sure.
give me 1 second.
And just so we can recap, the three things that you brought up were the Trump mobilizing the National Guard against the wishes of the governors in those states, and then we've got
Not good. Shouldn't do it.
the zealousness of ICE and with their deportations. At the very least, being optically bad, at the worst, doing some particularly heinous things to people that don't deserve it. And then there were
I think that's
ICE
the one that gets
shootings.
me the most too, maybe more than all of these others. That's the one that kills me too, where it's hard for me.
Usually bad to gun down U.S. citizens in the street.
Usually bad. Well,
not
and if you're gonna do it, then you don't lie about it afterwards and declare them enemies of the state without having any investigation done first.
Before the body is even cold, declare them a terrorist and deserved it.
Oh yeah. Listen, declaring them.
No, go for it.
We did, yeah. Declaring them terrorists, that's despicable and disgusting, and I'm with you on that. I also would not describe the shootings of Alex Preddy or Renee Good as gunning Americans down in the streets. I don't think that. I think that is impugning a level of intent that I don't think is there for the average ICE officer, or that we could even determine was there for the officers involved in these specific shootings. With regards to calling the National Guard to states without the approval from the state, yeah, seems like you shouldn't do that. If the National Guard was in these places, and from what I mostly saw, it seemed like it was essentially a huge waste of resources. That you had people, they got to be put up somewhere, and they're basically just like hanging out. And I guess there's like, that's supposed to be for some level of deterrence. If the National Guard were deployed to go and start fighting U.S. citizens, something to that effect, I would have a much larger issue with it. I don't like the precedent that it sets. I think this is something that should be worked out within the courts. It's not something that I encourage. And again, if there were like more negative repercussions, then I might have stronger feelings. But at this point, I don't have super strong feelings about that. And I guess you weren't here earlier for our conversation about ICE, but yeah, I know this is, you're not going to like to hear this just based on from what you said so far, but I'm more disturbed by the callousness and the gloating of the cruelty, even like, I think that is disgusting and unprofessional and unbecoming for people with all of that power. I think the social media comms teams like seem to like legitimately be run by little groypers, and I think that's a real issue. But I have less of an issue with ICE going out and enforcing deportations on people who have come here illegally.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really what they were doing. I don't know what mission they were conducting for the Preddy incident. I don't know whatever they were doing, obviously wasn't that important to get their way to go push over a woman. Whatever they were doing, I guarantee, was not that. They viewed doing that as a higher priority to them at that moment. You're talking about the intent. I don't know what the
pretty
intent
hard
was
to
of
hear
the officer. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry too, because I want to be like, I don't want to be able to appropriately respond to everything you're saying, but I can't really make out all of the words.
Yeah, there's a little bit of in and out, Lethal. Are you using earphones that have like a mic attached to it? Maybe that's like swaying back and forth?
No, I'm doing like earless buds. I slept to sleep with these, and then
Have you tried the Bose over-ear earbuds? Really a game changer.
These earbuds would work if I just didn't sleep with them.
Oh, perhaps that that phrased them a bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I'll just wrap it up. There's so much stuff.
Well, no, I mean, it sounds like there are points of agreement that you have here as far as being, I mean, at the very least, dissatisfied, if not disgusted, by some of the occurrences that have come about with Trump's administration, even if there are some points where you don't see eye to eye. I guess what I'm curious about is with these things said, and presumably there are other issues that you could speak to.
Infinite.
Sure. Why do you feel like, if I may direct this towards Callie and maybe Lethal, you'll appreciate this elaboration. With all of these things being said, what stops you from feeling or expressing regret? And maybe that's
Yeah, that's a
partially
good
baked into that
question.
is that awful question of what does regret mean? I hope we don't have to get too far into that, but if there is a stipulation that should be made, feel free to make it.
You know, could I take a small swing at this first?
I suppose you can,
Well,
Mr.
that's not.
Blank.
I'm not asking you.
Camera.
I'm asking Tali if she's okay with me taking a swing at this first.
Well,
Yes,
just so you
of
know,
course,
you've got
sir.
my consent as well.
What it sounds like to me is, you know, like she said, this was. They don't regret it as much because they felt like Trump was a sure thing and that he represented all of her values. To me, it sounds more like she had so little faith in the direction that the other side was going that at least this side was closer towards moving in the direction that she thinks will be helpful. And because the system is going off the rails in some ways, since it's going to hold for the Trump, the negative things that I'm doing such a bad job.
No, I think you're doing pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I'm just kind of stuttering is the problem. Because Trump, the things that Trump is going to fuck up, the system will still hold through. I think she was just very worried about the other direction. Yeah, I mean,
there's already so much long-term damage with the removal of institutional knowledge from the law enforcement agencies, from the abolishment of the Department of Education that we'll never get back. Like that will, like, we literally do not understand like how long it will take to restore this institutional knowledge. This is something decades in the future that we will feel the effects of. This is not
and we won't even necessarily know that these are the effects thereof, right? We'll just see failure and not know where to point when it's that we've purged, you know, thousands of professionals whose job was not to be political, but just, you know, pencil push in the right direction. And now that
it's probably bad that all those people at the FBI got removed.
Pushers. Is it possible that there's too many pencil pushers? Like, is it possible that
too many pencil pushers that were against Trump? That's what they went after. Everyone at the FBI, whoever was even a part of investigating Trump, got canned and corrupt. That's like some banana.
Yeah, I don't agree with political crusades like that, certainly. I don't think that should be the basis for making these decisions.
Yeah.
It just shows there's like so much. The tariffs destroying the economy.
Yeah, Lethal, I think you're right that the institutional damage is probably the biggest problem. Like all of the specific policies can be reversed, but the amount of damage he's done to the trust in the system, the amount of damage he's done to the information landscape, and then, like you say, the institutional knowledge, which is a very hard thing to measure, has been damaged to the point that, like, it feels like we're kind of like Soviet Russia levels of out of touch with reality in our government, and it's going to be really tough to recover from. And yeah,
and the legal precedents, like I guess presidents can no longer commit crimes if they're official acts. That's literally insane. That's some shit that George Washington would start putting great shots into skulls over. Like, this is not what our country was founded on. This goes against everything that's American. This whole administration is the most anti-American bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. And I don't know how anyone who loves this country, calls himself an American, is proud of that, can even have an ounce of support for what the fuck these disgusting little creatures are doing to my fucking country, brother. God, I put my damn life on the line, brother. I served this country. To see what Trump is doing is literally just insane. It's blowing my mind. And there's nothing, I don't know what direction Trump was moving that was a better direction than Kamala. Like, if we could start naming that would be helpful. Like, what direction was Trump going that was like a better...
Well, I think, like, respectfully, like, what I'm hearing for you, like, and this is what the other person said in the chat too, like, anyone who got the Kamala versus Trump equation wrong is literally a morally bankrupt retard who should never speak again. If you believe that, like, you're entitled to that belief, but I think that's part of the problem that got us here. I
Or
mentioned
maybe
this
part of the
earlier, right?
problem is
Let me just
there's a
finish my
literal
thought, if you don't
clown.
mind.
Okay.
So again, in 2016, I was one of the people of how did this possibly happen, right? And I think there's a terminal issue of misunderstanding our fellow countrymen and what is motivating them and what they're thinking about. And so if you believe that anyone who supports any aspect of this administration is just a morally bankrupt idiot, then you don't have a lot of faith in our country, because that's about half the country who supports at least parts of what this administration is doing, and about half the country, right, or of the electorate who voted, who support this. And I think the issue gets, I know that everyone wants to go, okay, so what now? First of all, I don't think Kamala Harris was going to be sending ICE into Minneapolis, right? I don't think Kamala Harris was going to be sending the National Guard into states without their approval. You could give me a million hypotheticals. I'm not going to do the Hassan thing, right? And say no. Obviously, the exact same thing would have happened if it was a Kamala presidency. But I didn't want to vote for the Democrats. I no longer aligned with the Democrats. I felt more aligned with the right. So that's why I didn't vote for Kamala.
Was my question.
In the way that I view the world.
Yeah, what specific actions did you view Trump was heading in the right direction where the Democrats weren't? Like, what specific areas?
What specific what?
Areas, like sections, like ideas. Where were they moving? Where was the movement going?
Issues or general
you
concepts,
align more
I
with
think.
Trump. Yeah.
Well, again, so I sort of reoriented my worldview towards a more conservative one. So if that means less federal government intervention, if that means generally moving in the direction of lower taxes, if that means moving away from race-based and sex-based and gender-based preferences in hiring, in academia, in the government, all of these things were generally things that were at the top of my mind when I was voting in 2024. It was also free speech, which Trump has not been as much of a champion of as I would have hoped. But in that one, I can say pretty confidently, even if it might have been in a different direction, that I don't think the left was going to be better about free speech. I think they were going to be bad in different ways about free speech. And I already saw the left, again, as moving in the wrong direction. When I was on the left, and I'm not memeing, free speech was seen as a dog whistle in my communities. If someone said, but what about free speech? We looked at them like, so you really just want to say the N-word. Like, that was literally a dog whistle to someone who is a racist or a bigot in some way, and they are trying to invoke freedom of speech as an excuse to say something horrible. So I think the culture on the left was very hostile to the marketplace of ideas, and I was voting against all of those things.
You were voting against like woke college students, like 20-year-old
not woke
in your
college
community.
students. If you think that the only people who were part of this culture on the left that I'm talking about were the woke college students, then we just have a different perception.
Yeah, because I just don't see like what did Obama or Biden do that was so restrictive of free speech compared to like tipping out people who were protesting, like revoking people's green cards and visas.
Okay, so I mean, literally on the campaign trail, Tim Walz literally talked about making hate speech a crime, illegalizing hate speech. So that was a proposal made on the campaign trail by the vice president of the Democratic ticket.
I have to look at it.
Joe Biden reoriented. Was it Title IX? Where this started in the Obama administration, actually, with his Dear Colleague letter, and then was cemented under Biden, where they prioritized gender over sex in law. I think that's a huge issue.
These are the issues that was worth destroying the country over. I just don't understand.
I don't think the country is destroyed. So again, we have like a different perception. Like I'm still hopeful about America.
Do you go out and you buy groceries right now? Do you buy gas? Do you rent?
I do buy gas.
Do you buy groceries?
I do, in fact, also have to eat to live. I know I'm an alien, but I still consume food. Yes, as my main energy source. Yeah. Is there a question
So
following
you
that?
understand that? Yeah, like you're saying the country's not destroyed. Well, not only
Okay,
is
so
the economy
whenever so
completely
all the
fucked,
inflation issues under Biden were totally the fault of Biden, right? And that, I mean, the same. So
do
anytime
you
that we
understand the
have some type
difference
of
between
inflation,
a COVID level event and like tariffs literally instituted by the president that was completely optional, that were retarded? Every economist in the world would say this is a pretty retarded fucking thing. It's like, nope,
yeah,
I'm gonna do it because fuck
I
you and
don't
I'm
support the
epic and I have
tariffs.
big balls.
There are lots of like big name conservatives who from the jump did not support the tariffs. It even seemed. I mean, I don't. The tariffs things was retarded. The math was wrong from the first day, like embarrassingly dumb. I don't support tariffs. I don't think that my perception is that tariffs are not the reason for eggs being more expensive at the supermarket.
Eggs,
I didn't.
just
Eggs,
everything.
yes.
It did global tariff on every country, even our friends, even our allies. That makes
Well,
everything
I
more
don't know. I've got
expensive.
lots of like, well, first of all, I live in a place right now where everything is imported. So me going to the supermarket has always been more expensive than any of you guys. But I also live in a place with like lots of international markets and foods and goods. And I haven't, gas obviously has gone up significantly. But again, I live in a place where gas was already more expensive than it was for the rest of the country. But I don't think the country is broken. Like even when you guys are talking about like the long-term damage, I think it's too soon to say that this is long-term damage. We need to wait and see. This is, I think,
That's
another
what
like
happens when you
everyone.
remove institutional knowledge. That's just what happens. Like there's no
Yeah,
way
you
you
keep
can.
saying that. That's very vague to me. I don't know what remove institutional knowledge is. You know, knowledge. One of the things that I internalized from as a young person, as the reason that I wanted to go to school and all of this stuff was this very like uh what's the word I'm looking, this very like dark belief of like you can take anything from me except for what's in my brain. So I'm not even sure what you mean by like removing institutional knowledge. Like there are still plenty of bureaucrats there who knew how things have been running, should run, whatever, could take this into the future. Those people who, the people who were the owners, I guess, of the institutional knowledge are still alive and they still exist. And so I'm not sure what you mean by like we've just removed all institutional knowledge and we're not going to possibly know how to function moving forward. I don't buy into that, or at
Well,
least you haven't compelled me yet.
my counter argument, I would ask you to look into this concept a little bit more. It's you've got a lot of people who aren't necessarily politicians, but have worked in political offices and around them, who are the people that just make sure that the lights of the institutions are on and working day
Sure.
to day. And there's a lot of nuanced little ways that these people become superior at their job to a new hiree. And if you get rid of all of the people that are holding that knowledge at once, it has to be rebuilt from nothing rather than passed on
Yes.
between people that exist in those institutions.
I don't think everyone was removed at once. Like that just to me seems like a
But
bit
There's
of
also
a
an
the Department
mass
of
exaggeration.
amount of
Education.
firings that's completely unprecedented, right? And
Well, the Department of
Sure.
Education is no longer a
And
thing.
I still think we're gonna have to like wait and see how this works out. You know, interestingly, I remember when I remember taking my SAT. Was it the SAT or it might have been the GRE or something? And like one of the open-ended writing when they still had the writing portion. I don't know if they even have that anymore. But one of the essay questions was essentially like, what are the pros and cons of people essentially in an institution, people who have been there a long time versus bringing in new people, right? And there are pros and cons. There are no easy solutions. There are trade-offs. These are not irreversible things. And so especially with the way our government has been ping-ponging back and forth, the next administration can refill if should they choose,
No, they
can
can't.
refill.
This is something I can't
Why?
explain in the short term. You just have to look into it. But then I want
Sorry,
to
why would the
say
next
that
president not be able to hire
On
who
my
they want
PlayStation.
to into these positions?
because once everything is going and it's functioning day to day, they have lost. They'll be out for 4 years. They're not going to be up to date. that takes a lot of time to catch them up.
Well,
Are
and
you
a lot of them aren't going to want to come back.
That was already working there? Yeah, they're not going to want to come
I'm
back.
just maybe again, I could be wrong. I could live to regret all of this. I'm just not that I'm not as black-pilled as you are on this. Like I don't think that this is the end. I do think that these things are reparable, whether it's a Republican or Democrat administration who comes in next. Hopefully it's someone brighter and more sane and more like I want to bring back the deep state and the elites. I hope we get someone who comes from there and not someone who's trying to be a charlatan in that way. But I'm just not. Again, I could be wrong, but I feel at this point I have to wait and see. I'm not convinced that America is over and broken because of these actions. I'm not convinced that these things are irreparable, especially when we're talking about a couple of years. So yes, I understand what you're saying. You take out the people who know how to keep the lights on and all of this stuff. Again, they're not dead. We haven't now gone 3 generations past and all the people who knew these skills are gone or they've been exiled into the gulags. We're not actually in the Soviet Union in that level of governmental chaos from my perspective. And so this is sort of how I feel like even with just like the everyday current events things, I feel like everyone is like so quick to comment and stuff when we don't know exactly how these things are going to play out. I know that I'm sure that's not a very satisfying answer, but I'm being like as honest as I can be.
Yeah, like I said, you just have to look into that one. I was trying to remember the 3 things you said top aligned with you more than Kamala did. You said like intervention from the federal government. Well, one, Trump freaking has the golden shares of intel, so the whole leaving the free market alone thing doesn't really work with the Trump argument. Oh man, the 2, what was the last one was free speech, which you said, he's worse than you thought. What was the other ones?
Racial, sexual,
DEI
gender preferences. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, now just if you're just can't do anything. We went the complete opposite.
Hold on. I'm sorry. If you're what? Can you say that again?
If you're brown in any position of power, you're always going to be questioned. Are you really here because you're
always going to be what?
If you're a minority, you're always going to be questioned if your position is there as a like DEI hire. Is that what you're getting at, Lance?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're muted, Tully.
Oh, I'm muted?
Or it wasn't coming through for whatever. Now you're coming through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's true. First of all, again, this idea that we were just anointed Kash Patel as president earlier. So obviously there are browns and women and sexual minorities.
You gotta love the tokens. We love the tokens.
Yeah, you could call them tokens. I mean, again, like I don't see that's demeaning to me. Like that is the same thing as like you actually did the exact same thing that you just accuse other people of doing to the brown people who get power, questioning if they ever even really deserved it. Oh, well, those are just the tokens, right? Or maybe
those people base their opinions solely on skin color when I base mine on the content of his character. Some little guy.
Or maybe they don't actually. Maybe they base it on the content of someone's character, and that's why they ended up also having brown.
They said Kamala was more dumb than Trump. Do you really believe that one?
Hold on.
You think she's less qualified? What? The entire.
Who said?
Okay, Tucker Carlson. Oh my god! Now I can't
Tucker Carlson's retarded.
Okay.
Well, actually, he's smart.
He's one of the biggest.
Yeah. Okay.
Biggest figures on the right. Name a right-wing figure, and we'll see what their comments were about Kamala. Like everyone was saying,
I'm going to cut the struggle section short
so
here in a sec.
If someone thinks Kamala's dumb, that means that they hate brown people. I don't even see how that connects.
If you hold the opinion that Kamala is less qualified to be president than Trump, then
you're racist.
It's so obvious.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I just can't buy
dumb.
into that frame, unfortunately. Okay, or you're dumb. Then maybe a lot of people are dumb.
Well, she was a district attorney, and then she was a sitting senator, and then she was vice president. And then what was Trump's resume before presidency?
He was president. His resume is that he had already been president of the free world, so that's a pretty good resume booster right there.
All right, I'm going to cut the struggle session short here, and I'm going to give Lance an opportunity to redeem himself in the eyes of Tali. We're gonna make you play which one? Straw Man, Steel Man. Okay. I want you to steelman Tali's answer here. I want give the
Okay.
best interpretation you have of where Tali's coming from in all of this. Like,
Okay, so
take a
Trump is
sec
amazing
if you need a deep breath.
because
Okay, Trump is amazing.
Already,
Tali,
it's already bad.
we've
It-
already.
it's, I mean,
Try
come
again.
on now.
You know,
Start
I love
again.
Trump.
Tell us
He was
what
gonna
Tali's.
kiss the wall. We love Benjamin Netanyahu. Very good guy. He's my buddy.
No, we said steel, not straw. To be clear.
Oh, that's a steal, man.
Well, it's a
Feels
little
like it
flimsy.
sometimes. It feels like it.
I
Sometimes.
think, to be fair to Tali, I think dissatisfaction would certainly apply with some of the things that Tali expressed about the administration. It just seems like, Tali, correct me if I'm wrong, you're stopping short of regret because you believe in the integrity.
I'm
of
more
the
right
country.
wing. Yes, exactly. I'm still optimistic in our institutions holding, and because I am more right wing than left wing. That's just like where I fall now. That's also another thing that I think like I struggle to understand is like, to me, even if it's not a crazy like mind space to get into that someone who is conservative or is right wing would hold their nose and vote for the unappealing right wing candidate over the left wing one. Like, to me, that's just like a very simple calculus that doesn't take
when
a
the
lot of like
candidate is literally not
psychoanalysis.
conservative, and what part of Trump is conservative? I'm sorry.
He's the
What-
leader
name a
of the
single
Republican
part that's
Party, and he was
appeals to
moving
their values.
directionally.
Yeah.
He does, and he
He
gives them
overtook the
things that they like,
Republican Party.
obviously. He did. This is true. This is true.
Wasn't a part of what Trump. What makes Trump conservative?
I think he's
He's
not.
not really. He's sort of a '90s liberal, which is a lot of what constitutes the sort of like cultural right wing today.
So then why do you like him?
Well,
I'm a liberal. I'm a right wing liberal.
Because he's a fuck puppet
I
for
don't know,
the
I don't-
Israel.
Also,
It's
by
because
the
it's
way-
Israel. It's always
okay.
This is what
Israel.
everyone comes back to. It's like I didn't even talk about Israel literally until the one time in this conversation where I was asked to do the Steel Man. Israel is
True.
something that I care about a lot. The way that Jews are treated in America is way more radicalizing for me, and treating every Jew like they are some Israel first simp who doesn't actually have patriotism or allegiance to their country is much more likely to get me to say fuck the Democrats than any type of
And do you
policy
think
difference.
Trump going to war with Iran made that better in America, or did it make it worse?
Shut up for 1 second. I don't think Kamala Harris was going to be bad on Israel. I've never been a single issue Israel voter, even when I was a Democrat, which was the majority of my life. I don't think that the normal, the deep state Democrats, for lack of better terms, were going to just suddenly turn on Israel. That was not a big worry of mine. Anti-Semitism coming from the left is a huge worry of mine. That's something that pushed me out of the left several years ago. So yeah, I'm much more concerned
Trump
with the
only
way.
has made that worse.
With the way I'm much okay. That's your perspective. I'm much more concerned with the way that people on the left treat Jews who have an affinity for Israel than what Kamala Harris would have done to the United States' relationship with Israel.
let's
Would a useless, dumbass war with Iran make anti-Semitism in America any better from both sides?
If a war in Iran makes you start randomly hating Jewish people in America, you might be the problem.
Well, you read that New York Times
You
article that
consider
was
that.
basically Benjamin Netanyahu came to the White House.
Have you
Trump and
considered
said,
that? Okay, good. So that means that you accept any level of Islamophobia in response to all of the various terrorist attacks that have taken place in our country and to Americans abroad, right? That's obviously what you can't help it. Obviously, do you think that helping the Islamophobia? Obviously, people are going to start hating Muslims, right? Random Muslims who are their neighbors in America because of those terrible things that the brown people, the Muslims over there are doing.
I don't think
You are justifying the type of
average
hatred against Jews that you would
anti-Semitism
never
in America
justify
is
against
low
any other
IQ.
group,
Like,
because you don't actually see Jews as a marginalized group, because you believe in a victim and oppressor dynamic, and you believe that Jews are at the top of that dynamic, and so therefore it's okay
Wrong.
to justify hatred against them. That's what you're doing.
no,
Would
I'm
you make the
saying
same
Trump
case
was
for
the worst thing to do to
Islamophobia? Would you make the
anti-Semitism.
same case for Islamophobia?
Well, if Qatar was the one to, like, he showed up here, hired him for this jet, now go check for us, then people might start going, oh my.
Your mic cut out.
He's in
I
the
couldn't really
pocket
hear
of
you
them.
there.
Hello.
a little quiet,
Hello.
quiet.
There we go. You're there for.
The point is, Trump just made anti-Semitism worse because just as a matter of fact, he is a bitch to Benjamin Netanyahu. He does bend over, just like he bends over for Putin. But so then
Yeah,
when
I
the
disagree.
American
Again,
people see that,
I think
they're
your
dumb,
view of
and they're
like
going to go,
power
wow,
in the world is
Israel controls
totally.
America.
It's like
When
literally,
it's really
if
just Benjamin Netanyahu controls
anything,
Trump.
America has undue influence in Israel. The complete opposite is true. If anything,
I
America
wish.
has
Oh
much
my
more.
God! Then there wouldn't be
You're
any
wrong.
settlers. Oh my! All
America
the
has
settler
no, you're right.
if
There
we
would be
really
no
influence-
anti-Semitism. You're totally right. Because anti-Semitism didn't exist for thousands of years before the establishment of the state of Israel in 1948. I'm sorry, your points are literally fucking retarded. You don't have any
understand how-
sensitivity to what anti-Semitism looks like, first of all, obviously, because you're sitting here
Obviously,
and
you don't. If
perpetuating
you
it.
think Trump is
You're
better
right.
for it,
I don't know. No, you're totally right. I have no idea about anti-Semitism. You're right. I didn't say he's better for it. He's certainly not. Trump is not responsible for anti-Semitism in America. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
He's partly. Yeah.
He's not.
By being a bitch to Benjamin Netanyahu, it's
not
a bad look.
Again,
It's a bad look for having Americans go die in Iran.
That the evil
for
Jew
what?
over in
What
the tiny country over there controls our president, as opposed to maybe they align. Bibi and Trump have aligned for many years now. Okay, they have similar visions for what they think the biggest threats are. They are aligned in their prescription of foreign policy. Is it possible
Trump
that
has
they
no vision.
agree?
He just follows
and not
anyone
that
who
Trump
sucks
is
his
just
dick.
being... Okay.
Trump doesn't
All
have a vision.
So is he bending
very-
over? Hold on, I'm
he's-
sorry. Is he bending over and taking it in the ass from Bibi, or is Bibi sucking his dick?
Yes.
Which one? Because one of them puts him in
He's
charge
taking it.
more than the other.
He's taking it because he's very easily manipulable by anyone who knows how to play him, which is very easy because he's a dumb toddler.
Yes,
narcissist.
and the
That's why
Jews know how to manipulate him very easily.
That's
I did
true.
the Anna
Am I a
Kasparian for
Russian
you.
phobe? Do I hate? I mean,
I don't know. Are you?
Putin does the same
Do you
exact
think?
shit.
Okay,
It's just-
good. So do you think? Okay, so would you say that Trump has increased hatred against Russian Americans?
No.
Oh, that's weird. I thought he was
But
also taking
also,
it in the
we
ass
didn't
from Vladimir
send boots
Putin.
on the ground to go fight in Ukraine. People killed. When you send people to go die in Iran, American citizens look at that. What are we getting for this again? And when there's no obvious benefit to America, they can only assume, well, then we're obviously doing it for Israel, which, I mean, that is 90%. I mean, that New York Times article basically laid it out. We are doing this for Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu told Trump, taking Iran's base. It's fucking awesome. Let's go take them out right now. And then he was like, let's end it.
I don't mean.
Okay,
to
so
force
now
you to-
you're doing the Trump has no agency thing, which is incredible too. Like that, I think that for the people who are so anti-Trump, you would think that you might be able to hold Trump a little bit more accountable and not just give away all agency to Bibi Netanyahu. But don't let a good
Well, he's just such
conspiracy
a
go to waste.
toddler.
Guys, I'm gonna
What?
ask that we've got another caller in the wings, and I don't want to make them wait too much longer. If we could move towards the final thoughts on this issue, there's been some points of agreement, a lot of points of disagreement. Tally, if you could summarize.
He never steelmanned my position.
You got about
the steel.
3 words into it before we all gave up.
So why, if we could just get final thoughts from Tally and then final thoughts from Lethal, if you could, we might not be able to end on full agreement. If we could at least end on good faith, that would be as satisfying as a conclusion as I can hope for. And then we'll divvy out some grift coin for Lethal for showing up. If so, why don't you take it from there, Tally, and then Lethal afterwards.
I'm just wrapping up my thoughts on this little conversation.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, please.
We probably want to see a very similar country. I honestly believe that. I know that's probably hard for you to believe, but I don't think that you're an evil person. I think that you are really concerned about America falling apart because you value America and American ideals and traditions, and so do I. And so I hope that we end up at a better place, regardless of what combination of unsavory or savory political actors get us there.
Final thoughts, Lethal?
Yeah, so if I had to steel man good faith, say I think you just don't fully appreciate the threat of Trump. You don't fully appreciate what he has done, what damage he's done to the country. And so if you're not aware of something, you can't put it into your calculation, or whether, Trump versus Kamala, you would have to know everything Trump has done to really take that into your decision. But I don't know, but it seems like you know a lot, so it's hard for me to be good faith on that when
Well, it is a very
everything.
common left wing. It's a very common left wing belief that people either don't agree with you because they don't know yet enough about your belief, or they are a bigot. I've been there, and that is a very common, that people essentially aren't educated enough, or they are hateful, and those are the only two reasons why someone wouldn't agree with you.
Well,
Disagree there, but I
When you-
appreciate that
I
you're at
only
least
hold
not
this. I
attributing.
only
I
hold
appreciate
this
that you're at
belief
least not
specifically.
attributing bigotry to me.
Only hold this specific belief for Trump because he's such an insane human being that it's so obvious. It's like not holding. If I don't believe you understand 1 + 1 = 2, it's like then I have to believe you're a fucking retard.
My dad is a math teacher.
And the marketplace of ideas completely.
All right.
Couldn't hear that last bit, Lethal.
But he said the thing. He said the name, and so we're going to take that as a victory.
We're gonna, Lethal, I appreciate you coming on and sharing your thoughts. And even if it got contentious, we do appreciate the back and forth. Tali, we do have a habit of giving out our fake currency to people who come on our show. An amount from 500 to 1,000 grift coins.
Between 0 and 1,000. What do you mean 500?
500's usually been our minimum. We're switching up the rules.
Is there a
again.
minimum? Are we about to see the first $0 grift coin?
You know what? If you want to, if you feel like you must, you can take some money off of that offer. But 500 is normally what we go for. If you feel like that's too much, a number of your choice, Tali.
Okay, well, in the Jewish tradition, we like to give gifts in increments of 18. The number 18 symbolizes chai, life. And so to you, I award 540 grift coins.
540 grift coin in accordance with Jewish tradition.
To double it and give it to Tali, since she knows a lot about grifting.
Oh, now come on. We almost made it.
I wish I was a grifter. Like, I haven't made a literal penny on it. Again, if I'm a grifter, I'm grifting to the wrong audience, man. Like, holy balls.
You got to go full Candace Owens. Lethal, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you on the Marketplace of Ideas again in the near future. Thank you so much.
I'm going to have like a hard out at the top of the hour. I have to make it to Sam's Club, and they close at 8 o'clock.
Absolutely.
So I'll have to leave by 7.
Okay. Well, do we have enough time?
And then we will.
We've got Grassroots Hegemon wanting to join us to talk a little bit about. He's foreshadowed Second Amendment and libertarianism. I hope I'm making an accurate summation of what he'd like to discuss. But Grassroots can just tell us himself. Grassroots, thank you so much for joining us tonight. How you doing, sir?
Hey. Am I actually here?
Yes,
you certainly
are live in the
Hello,
Marketplace of Ideas to spread your ideas to the world. How you doing, brother?
No, fuck. What the fuck?
It's really happening.
You made it. Give me. Pretty good. Give me a second because I have you running in 2 channels at once.
Oh boy, yeah, it's got to be jarring.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There you go. Sorry. I was finding where to.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So it should be slightly better. Hi. Yeah. I wanted to ask. I had a maybe not the same shift that Tali had, but I definitely moved from being like somebody who voted happily for Bernie Sanders to somebody who voted unhappily for Hillary Clinton to somebody who was unwilling to vote for Donald Trump ever. I never voted for him ever in any election. I wouldn't have. I was actually voting for Marco Rubio was my first pick, and I live in Pennsylvania. I live in Pittsburgh. Everybody and their mother knows it, so not a problem for me. But so I'm kind of wondering my steps towards becoming more conservative in nature, or at least acknowledging the places where I already was conservative in nature. I went through the libertarian step, and when I started working with libertarians, I found out how much people are really full of shit about what actual libertarians look like. So I wondered if there was ever any curiosity, or if you ever like considered that as like an option. I don't know if you took those steps morally, or it was a completely pragmatic thing, or not. So I'd be kind of interested to hear about that, if you don't mind talking about it.
I'm always libertarian curious. Kay mentioned
Okay.
earlier the show, The Fifth Column, and those
Yeah,
gentlemen are
love them.
libertarians. Yeah, the really great
Love
guys.
'em.
Michael Moynihan, Camille Foster,
You
and
mean, yeah,
Matt
you mean
Walsh.
Kay are, yeah, Bar Pod
Yeah.
and Fifth Column enjoyers, all three of us. So,
So I'm very intrigued by libertarianism, and I use that word to describe like my leanings and about certain things, and a lot of social things too. I'm more libertarian, a sort of live and let
mhm.
live. A lot of libertarians are crazy, like really crazy, and so that makes the whole
Okay.
movement really unappealing.
It
But
makes okay.
I like the little redheaded Zulu guy on YouTube. I find him very entertaining. I find there's something I
Okay.
like. I'm drawn to ideological consistency, even if I can't be consistent myself. And so people who are very consistent, there's something very appealing about that. And so there's something appealing about like very entrenched libertarians, even if that makes them like kind of unable to function in the real world or like hold conversations with people who are not.
That to me
But like I
hurts.
listen
That
I listen to the
me,
Ayn
yeah.
Rand Center UK. They have a podcast. I listen to them all the time. So I'm very interested in people who are influenced by libertarian thought, but I don't think I could like it meaningfully describe myself as libertarian.
No, I just wondered because I started working for the LP, and I was surprised by the gigantic swath of people that we got in light of Trump, the first term of Trump, of people who were previously left liberal Democrats. These are like Asian college students who were driving 20 miles to come to a Libertarian Party meeting. And it might be 55 people in a room, but that's pretty good for, Butler County in Pennsylvania. Like you're doing all right there. So, and what we ultimately sort of decided on was that we were just going to find shit that was fucked up right in Butler County that we thought was annoying. I mean, what pissed you off on your drive to get here? And is it in Butler County, and can we fix it? And the answer was yes. And one of them was a fucking stop sign that literally goes to a place that no longer fucking exists because they destroyed it and replaced it with a gigantic housing block of, little houses made of ticky-tacky, and they all look exactly like each other, that kind of thing.
It's Chesterton's
Little
stop sign.
boxes on
Yeah,
the
sort of.
hillside.
But you know what? We got permission, and we fucking tore the stop sign out, and you know what? Like a lot of the people who were really fucking annoyed by that stop sign, they kept showing up. Like they just kept showing up there because like doing a little bit of anything, even if it's really close to home, gives a lot for people. Like that.
Maybe
It's
more so when it's closer to home, even.
I that would be my argument. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm turbo federalist. I'm way conservative on crime and criminal justice, but I would say my uh, point of view there is from my libertarianism, not in spite of it. And I think if libertarians could kind of get over that reputation of like, oh, they're a bunch of people who just want to smoke dope and fuck hookers or whatever. If they could just get
Yeah.
past that, and you would kind of be, like you're now in the sort of moderate, secular, conservative groove that
Yeah.
could pick up votes, you know? But it was something that I was curious about you, because you had a similar sort of transition.
Well,
And I
you
know you
know,
have a hard on. I don't want to tax your time.
no, yeah. Well, just like a little thing, just like the bipolar nature of the Libertarian Party, right? You had Chase Oliver, who ends up being top of the ticket, who I know many people found sort of uninspiring. Many libertarians, at least from what I can gather, found him sort of an uninspired candidate. And who came in second? Michael Rechtenwald. The man is literally a national socialist. Like, the man is actually a Nazi and a
Yeah,
communist.
yeah,
So I don't
yeah,
have a
yeah.
lot of faith in a party that like that was their second guy. I mean, that's
So
like
I
pretty
was,
concerning.
yeah. I mean, you know what? That is one of the things that I think there are two wings of like the Mises Caucus people are also deeply fucked up. Like they are not what I would consider to be libertarians, really. Not functionally.
Yeah.
Like not over any period of time. But they're like they get there by the same premise and then ignore half of the sort of intellectual background of libertarianism, which is not purist in nature. It really isn't. Milton Friedman was not a purist in nature. He was completely fine with a universal basic income, but he was okay with it as a mechanism of harm reduction, essentially, against taxation. You know, it's like, okay, our tax basis is so shit that like just directly giving people checks is something that we can do, and it's an improvement, but it's not done. Right. And the done
Yeah.
for him would be like so many people make so much fucking money that it's not even worth their time to bother looking into it. And you know, it would become a non-issue. So I'm interested in that sort of variety of libertarianism, and it leads me to odd places. So like I appreciate your appreciation of heterodoxy.
Are there any like
I'm a
people
Georgian.
or yeah. I've only heard like one pitch from a Georgist, and it was
Mhm.
compelling enough, you know. But are there any like
Uh-huh.
libertarians in the mold of what you're describing that you look up
That are
to or
running for
recommend to listen
office.
to? Not even, no, even just in like the thought space.
Yes, but I will tell you they are heavily finance focused, and you'll find them in weird places that are on both sides of the aisle. One being Rory Sutherland, who is an English conservative, and the other being Scott Galloway, who is an American Democrat. So
I like Scott Galloway.
Love me some Scott.
I do too.
I
do
don't
like
like Kara
Scott Galloway.
Swisher. I think that lady
I like her.
is
I like her
that
much
shit.
less. But
Yeah, but I like Scott quite a bit.
no, his other co-host, however, the lady who's on Fox News, fuck, I'm forgetting her name. Shit. Shit. He has
Jessica
like
Tarlov?
fucking 19. Yes, thank you, Jessica. If I can get Jessica, I can usually get Tarlov without too much issue. But yeah, no, I like her quite a lot. I don't.
I like her too, but she recently is
love
doing the
it.
bullshit Hassan apologia that is like very grating. She seems to like legitimately have a crush on him, and it's very cringe. But I generally
again?
really like Jessica
Yeah.
Tarlov. Yeah.
I only recently traveled back from Mississippi, not too terribly long ago. So I generally have 2 days where I have nothing to do but paperwork. So I probably missed all of those. But
Yeah. Well, it's better.
no, I
Better that you
believe
did.
you. Hey, okay. Well, yeah, it seems like we run in a similar vein. So I was wondering what was the thing as somebody who wants libertarians to do better. What was your ick, I guess, with us? Like, and is there something that we can do that fits in our ideal set that would move in that direction. And when I say libertarian, I'm a very right-wing libertarian.
Well,
So
I
like
sort of
that's
think,
sort of the
yeah,
mold that I would like to make this in, so.
I kind of think in the inverse, which is like I think both parties should be taking more from libertarianism more than I think like libertarianism or the Libertarian Party has like a viable future in America.
I would be happier. I would
Libertarianism,
be okay with that.
I think like, for example, when I was going through my ideological change, I think there's a libertarianism for people on the right. I think it's like it's kind of an off ramp for both sides, and it's a bridge in some ways between the left and the right. And I think libertarianism can be a bridge away from authoritarianism for right wing people. It gives them kind of a framework, an excuse, a permission structure to say, okay, yeah, we don't need to be like so uptight about this thing or whatever,
Right.
and still feel like it's coming from a conservative, traditional, whatever, classically liberal perspective.
Yeah, like you can
So I
still
think there's
have
a
those
lot that
values, but you don't have to instill them through government.
yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I don't need to
yes,
punish you to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that,
exactly.
so can I ask you one more thing? And this is sort of my main. It's where I got my name. It's why I'm grassroots hegemon. Is the I personally put a lot of that kind of blame on why that bridge I don't think is as stable as it seems like you might on populism. I think all populism is dog piss everywhere. Okay. All right. Well then,
It's breaking
we're
brains
gonna have
left
no
and right.
fucking fun here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What is the
All right.
point of hosting a call-in if we don't have rigorous disagreement?
Some blood.
Vitriol.
Yeah, I just have to. I can.
All right, it's time to use one of those slurs we talked about
Well,
maybe using. Make things spicy around here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, Second Amendment issues. It was you're a
Yeah,
Trump
you
voter,
fucking
and I never
cracker.
was.
Hey,
That's a slur,
oh boy.
right? That's a slur. Hey, yeah.
Saltine.
You
And he's
actually are
bland,
slurring
like
me
a
a little
saltine.
bit. You're slurring 25% of me.
You have your 25%.
My Puerto
cracker.
Rican 25% is being slurred currently. No. 75% white fucking Swiss and the whitest people you ever met in your life. That part of me is safe. It's the 25% of me that's Puerto Rican that you've desperately wounded. No,
Wow, so you have a minority inside of you?
Yeah, fuck, on a good night I can have two. Sorry.
Hey,
But no, what I was going to ask is,
I did not expect that out of grassroots of all people.
I did.
What
I
a
most
I don't know
gag.
why. I don't know why. I'm pretty. I don't.
he gets it in, man. He gets it in.
Yeah, but
He gets
no.
it in, he lets it in. All of the things.
Hey. No,
I'm
but what
sorry.
I was
This was
gonna
such a
ask you about, in
mature
all
conversation
sincerity-
2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
No, it still is now. There's nothing wrong with a little fucking about. It's good for you. It builds character.
Indeed.
But my follow up, just in the interest of your time, and then we can go back to how willing I am to be like comedically over the top gay when I'm really
We'll have
only
to save
like.
that for the next episode. We got
a
less than 10
50-50
minutes left.
But no, Second Amendment stuff. I thought one of the reasons that I was never Trumper immediately, way before he was even running his campaign, he had gone. Well, he was running his campaign, but I guess he was like 3 months into his campaign. He said red flag laws on guns instantly. Take the guns immediately. And to me, I was like, yeah, that's it. This is fucking over. He's fucking done with Republicans. And that not being the response was the wildest shit I've ever seen in my life. So I'm very interested in how you think that happened, I guess. And I apologize. There's a fucking train right by my house.
We
So
can't hear it.
if you can hear, okay, good. Thank you.
I mean, I don't think I really did much Trump glazing in this conversation, but just to go in the other direction, there's
No, you
obviously
did.
a cult around Trump. Like there just is. There's a lot of people who literally it changed based on what he says, and it'll be interesting to see like what to make of these people in a truly post-Trump era, because we haven't really had that. We had the Trump era and the interim Trump era, and now we're back, back to Trump. But yeah, I mean, so the Second Amendment stuff is something that doesn't motivate me. Like I'm like largely ambivalent. I was on the left, so I was like against guns. I grew up in New York. I have like no gun culture in me and my family and anything like that. But my ideological shift towards the right, I've obviously I've moved to the right on the gun stuff as well. But it just is another thing. It just doesn't excite me in either direction. Like,
it's sort of neutral. Yeah. Okay.
I'd be inclined to support us. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I probably interrupted you. I do it all the time.
I know, no problem. No problem at all. But for like, I'm a Pennsylvanian, and then I spent I was split half and half, essentially, between West Virginia and Pennsylvania. My second birthday present was a 410 shotgun. So, like, that's the level.
That is ridiculous. Yeah. So.
Yeah, like that, and I shot it when I was 3. Like, and that's just that just is perfectly normal. That would not, be.
And somehow CPS gets called on Ethan and Hila Klein and not on your parents.
Yeah,
so that's for another day.
How did you deal with the recoil? Like, how sturdy of a 3-year-old?
Yeah.
You got
how much airtime did you get?
Dad holding you. You got a dad holding you.
All right. It wasn't just on you.
A 410 bird shot. A 410 bird shot is fucking nothing.
Well, yeah, but for a full-grown adult, but as a 3-year-old, I can't imagine you were that big.
No, even as a little kid, you just might have to have a guy's knee behind you, and he's holding you, up to his knee, arm across your chest. Go ahead and fire. And
all right, so you had some support.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, and earplugs and eye goggles on, the whole fucking shoot, man.
All right, maybe it wasn't worth a CPS call after all.
No. I think I have a very healthy relationship with guns, which is frankly that I want to use them for pleasure, essentially only. And then if I need to use them,
pleasuring yourself.
My brain went there too. I was looking.
I want to use them for.
We already.
Well, I'm not.
We broke that.
I can do that all by my own.
10 minutes ago. Yeah.
I can do that all by my lonely. Thank you. I don't need a gun. That's just
man of many talents.
$700 or $800.
Grassroots hegemon, not a gun gooner. It turns out.
No.
He goons over guns, not with guns. And there.
You know how fucking big of a barrel you would need for.
Oh, I'm sure yours would need to be huge. Yes, of course. Do you take your gun with you?
I don't know. A fucking 50 cal is not particularly fucking girthy, to be honest.
Well,
but
we got into the girth conversation already.
Oh boy! Now I was going to ask you.
The one that matters.
Grassroots, do you bring your gun with you to the pile, or do you leave it at home?
I am not. I'm closeted a non-pile person. I'm a secret non-pile person.
But you pretend to show for the other pile people so that you can belong in these.
You show up to the meetings and then you put your clothes back on and run out the door when it's pile time. I see you.
I'm a recovering pile person. Maybe that's a better way to say that.
There we go.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
when
maybe
the pile
that's
when the pile got too heavy on top of you, you just crawled out from underneath like, it's getting fucking sweaty in there. Gross.
no,
We'll have
I went,
Hegemon next week. Instead of why I
no,
left the left,
I'm
it'll be
getting
why I
fucking
left the
old.
pile.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm getting fucking old. My back hurts and shit.
Unironically, that
Shit
would be a
is
fun
more
conversation.
fucking pain than pleasure. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Happens the best
No.
of us.
No, but I mean, like, when I say, like, I like to shoot, but I like to shoot paper. You know what I mean? Like, I like to target shoot, shit like that. I don't, for me, I'm not much of a hunter. I've
Interesting.
dropped a bundle of deer. I just don't, it's not my thing.
It's
I
just
don't
about
like,
the American power fantasy for you. You're just like, I can make things die with this.
yeah,
I would
that's
never,
true. I just,
unless I needed to, but
But knowing
Yeah.
that I can.
yeah. Holding the
But
power of
you-
God in your
you-
hand.
you'd be, I told Connor, he was like, I want to do all this shit and I want to have a side gun channel and all this bullshit. And I was like, you can borrow my SP5 if you want. And he was like, you have a fucking SP5? I was like, yeah, I got two. Yeah.
I don't know what
I
that
got
Right
it.
means.
over
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
head. Yep.
It's an
Okay, glad I'm not
MP5.
alone.
MP5, yeah.
Oh, an
Submachine gun.
MP5. An MP5.
Yeah, the civilian version's called an
Oh, it's the
SP5.
SP5 is the civilian. Okay, that makes
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Do you have
That's
something to
doable.
wrap up on here? Because we're getting towards the end of the show here.
No. How do we want to argue on our end? I think we can steel man each other because we can fucking agree on everything.
Yeah.
So,
Seems like you might already be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
yeah.
Your closing thoughts on the show today, Hegemon. What do you think?
I missed a fucking absolute shit load of it. So, because I was screaming at Doobie about being the fucking most anti-Semitic, non-Nazi person ever to live. And I spent like $800 doing it.
Oh no. Where was
So
that?
we're-
I'll have
Where?
to go watch this. Yeah.
Prime Kai's, yeah. It
Prime
was
Kai.
a
Uh-oh.
fucking fuck fest. Yeah, it was fucking absolute dog shit.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was fucking Jesus Christ. When you make me agree with Lactoid, I'm suffering. There's no fucking win condition for me. I'm
Uh-oh.
just in pain
All right. Well,
the entire time.
since
But
you missed
I
the
did have
show,
Connor.
why don't you
I
give
had
us your
Connor
summary?
there, and
Why don't you give us your summary of what you thought of Tali today?
I look. Me and Tally agree
Likes
on
me.
a ton. You know, like there's not going to be a whole lot of a shooting match. What I was interested in was her reasons for not being interested in the Libertarian Party, being their effectiveness. So I'm like,
It's
if
too
the
Jewish.
effectiveness were- yeah, it is a little Jewy. It is a little
It
Jewy.
is.
That is
All
sort of-
great and horrible ideological movements are very
Nah.
Jewish. Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
anti-Jewish? You know what?
Yeah,
Maybe
one or the other. You got to pick a team.
maybe that's the end
But no.
point. we can rest on that, and next time
Yeah.
we have Tali on, you can call in and ask her a little bit more about the libertarianism. Well,
No, but I think it was good talk. I hope it was for Tali, but and I talked to you guys earlier, so yeah,
That's true.
we
Yeah.
already.
yeah,
they're not
Clay's
gonna-
us now. No, no, don't.
I will.
We
I'll
appreciate
play
you
both
coming
of
on, Hegemon.
Yeah,
Always.
and we got to give you some fake money before you head out, Tali. Knowing how much you agree with grassroots hegemon and how and how a glowing review that he gave of you. How much grift coin should we give to grassroots here?
If you're going,
Well, I'm going to
give me
show
grift-
how much of a non-grifter I am, and I'm going to give my ally the same amount of money that I gave my enemy. So that is 540 grift coins.
540
Rude,
grift coin
frankly, but,
awarded
all right.
an equal amount to both grassroots and lethal.
Yes.
We are Very happy to have you on anytime you want to come on, Grassroots. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We hope to see you again.
I'm happy on either of your shows to put Doobie through the wall of a fucking Waffle House.
Waffle
No,
House.
no charge. No charge. Yeah, because crime's legal there. Yeah.
Well, it's a
That's
hell
where
of a
you go.
deal.
Well known.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you next time, Grassroots.
All right. Well, pleasure talking
Yeah.
to y'all. Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Bye.
You too.
And that brings us to our hard out for Tali.
It does.
Perfect timing.
Thank you so much for joining us, and please extend those wishes or those sentiments to Kay as well. Again,
I will.
hope her kid is having a good 18th birthday. Anything you want to wrap with? Do you want to tell people where they can find you?
Yeah, at Talibotz, TALIBOTZ on Twitter and YouTube. We mostly stream on Kay's channel, so you should go follow Morally Loaded. Go subscribe over there. Subscribe to me too, because one day I'm going to put out incredible, life-changing content, and then it'll already be in your feed. But until that day,
Be ready.
just wait. Yeah. This was wonderful. I loved this so much. I hope we can do it again. Hopefully, we can dig into some of the disagreements more, because I have so much faith that it will be a good faith discussion.
Maybe
This
we'll
was
see
great.
James
I'm
go.
so glad.
We'll see James go full Lennon next time, and that might
That
be
would
exciting.
be that would be
finally,
wonderful.
Finally, the day will come. The honeypot gig will be up, and I will ascend to the
Oh,
throne
rip
of
off the
communism.
hat. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the hat stays. Okay, this is my commie
Okay,
crown.
fair.
All right. Well,
All
thank you
right.
so much for being here. We had a lovely time as well.
Thank you.
Look forward to talking to you again, and good luck in all your endeavors. Thank y'all for stopping by. Thanks for showing up to the marketplace of ideas.